3.
Okay, welcome to today's City Council meeting of Tuesday, July the 12th. We are starting with our open session. We're about to go in camera. So once we're done in camera, we're going to do that in Committee Room 1. Then we will resume the regular scheduled meeting back here in Council Chambers. So I'm looking for a motion to go in camera. Councillor Kerrio, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Just a reminder to everybody, please leave your electronic devices here in Chambers. Our Sergeant at Arms will keep an eye on it. Grab your yellow package for the in-camera meeting, and we'll resume in Committee Room 1. Did you have a question, Councillor Kerrio? No. We're all good? Okay, so we'll see you in Committee Room 1. 3. Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone back to the regular scheduled council meeting of Tuesday, July the 12th. We just finished our in-camera meeting in Committee Room 1. We're now in open session in council chambers. So the way we start our council meetings off, we start them off traditionally with the singing of O Canada. So I would ask, first I'm going to read, before I ask you to stand, I'm going to read a little bit of background about our singer today. Our singer for today, it's pre-recorded, is Zara Saskin. Zara is 8 years old. She attends Mary Ward Catholic Elementary School. Her hobbies include singing, dancing, playing piano, art, and reading. She enjoys spending time with her family and her friends and her cat, Peaches. Please welcome Zara to sing this meeting's national anthem. Please stand. I'm sorry. Thank you, Zara. Great job. We appreciate it. Takes a lot of bravery to sing like that publicly. So excellent job. Thank you to Zara Saskin. Okay, next on our agenda is the traditional land acknowledgement and Indigenous meeting opening. We acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who were stewards of this land for a millennia before us. I'd like to now invite Brian Kahn, who's a local artist of Métis descent and an advocate in the Indigenous community, to share his testimony.
Tansi, Brian Kahn, Natishikashan, Niagara Falls, Newicket, Netaniska, Wakamakana, Giline Wak, Mushkagewak, Ekwamitiu. So, hello and greetings to all. My name is Brian Kahn. I live in Niagara Falls, but my ancestors, they come from the north, from the far north. They are the Moose Cree, and I am Métis. So I'm going to start the meeting today with what is known as a traditional opening. And we don't know what your day was like as everyone gathers here in the meeting. Somebody may have had a fight with a spouse member, or someone may have cut them off as they were driving to the meeting. So if we all come together in a good way and a good mind, and think of all the great gifts that have been given to us by the Creator. So with that, I call to Kisimanto, the Great Spirit, the Creator. And we are thankful to Him for all of the gifts that He has given to us. And the greatest of those gifts is the gift of Mother Earth. And through her, we are given additional gifts, plants and medicines that grow from the ground. And we are grateful to each and every one of them, for they nourish us and they heal us as we continue through our journey. We are grateful to the Tree Nation, because the Tree Nation, the trees stand tall and proud, and they provide us with the materials to make our homes. Traditionally, they provided the materials to build our fires for staying warm and for our ceremonies. The trees and the forests and the lands are also a place for all the two-legged, the four-legged, the swimmers, the crawlers, the flyers, and we are grateful to each and every one of them. And when I think of all of those gifts that the Creator has given to us for us to use, we must be reminded that as we come across an item that we want to harvest, that we don't take the very first one that we see, whether it's a plant or an animal. We don't even take the second one that we see. It's not until we find the third that we realize that there is enough for those who follow behind us, whether it's those who follow the next day or those who follow for generations to come. and those are the teachings of my ancestors. We are grateful for the four winds that blow and the four directions that surround us. With that brings the change of season and new opportunities. At this time, it is a time of harvesting of those plants. And with that, we take one of the sacred medicines, tobacco, and we lay it on the ground as a gift to Mother Earth for giving us that opportunity to grow and nourish that plant or that medicine, which ultimately comes back to us. So we're grateful for that harvest that we have. Living in Niagara, we're surrounded by water, and the water is so important. It makes up a good part of our body. And it also provides us with refreshment throughout the day. But more importantly, it is through water that we have our very first homes. Before we were born, we lived within water, within our mothers. So we're grateful to that water. I look to the sky and I see Brother Sun. He's out there and he provides us with light and warmth. Whether he's shining bright or whether hidden behind the clouds, he's there and we know he's there and we are grateful to him. At the night skies, Grandmother Moon, she shines high and strong and bright. And we are grateful for the gifts that she brings to us. But with that, we are grateful how she influences our bodies and influences the waterways, so that through Grandmother Moon, through the water, and through the women of our nations, that our future generations are born. We are grateful. And finally, I look to the night sky, and I see the stars that are up there. And I am told that those stars are our ancestors. They're watching over us. They're guiding us. They're leading us along our journey. And so with that, I will say hi, thank you, merci, RC, miigwech.
Thank you very much to Brian Kahn. Next up on the agenda is the adoption of the minutes from our June 21st council meeting. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Thompson that we approve the minutes. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. Thank you for that. Next up, disclosures of pecuniary interest. Councillor Kerrio, then Pietrangelo, then Strange, and
Thank
then
you, Your Worship.
Dabrowski.
Item 7.5, a development on 3846 Portage Road by Mr. Hawkswell. Mr. Hawkswell and I are property owners on another property, not this one, together, so I'm going to declare conflict. And something that was on the agenda, but I think it's been pulled, a development on Victoria Avenue, 5631, 5633. I'm the next door neighbor.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I have PBD 2022-49, also AM 2022-002. Both these reports deal with the property at 3770 Montrose Road. I live across the street from this property and I'm within the notification zone. I'll leave this here for the clerk.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, under Communications 10.5, Heaters Heroes 11th Annual event at Oaks Park. I'm a member of the Fallsview Hose Brigade and run this event, so I just want to call a conflict on that.
Okay, thank you for that. We've got Councillor Dabrowski and
same
then
as
Lococo.
Councillor Mike Strange. Item 10.5, I'm a member of the Fallsview Hose Brigade.
Okay, thank you for that. And Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 8.1 fee waiver, number 2 and number 3 only on that. I will speak to the rest of the report. And 8.7, the response to the Downtown BIA, and it's regarding my husband's former employer.
Okay, thank
and
you.
I've sent email into the clerk.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And I was going to say, so if you're here, you can fill out the procedural notice, hand it to the clerk, or send something by way of email to the clerk so we have it in writing for your disclosure of pecuniary interest. Next up is the mayor's report, everyone's favorite part of the meeting, especially the CAO. He gets giddy when I'm getting ready to do the report. First off, we'll start off with obituaries. Antonio Canidi, mother-in-law of Sarah Canidi in our legal department, passed away. And Bunny Brandt, 2017 Arts and Culture Wall of Fame inductee. I love my city. I'm an eternal optimist and always try to help better our community is a quote that Bunny used. So she'll be missed. Birthdays, our Director of Municipal Works, Eric Nickel, has a birthday on Wednesday, July the 27th. So we want to acknowledge that. And moving along, the Canada Games Torch Relay ran through Niagara Falls. I was one of the torch bearers. I was also joined by Councillors Mike Strange and Victor Pietrangelo. as they ran the torch through the city, and nobody extinguished it, so good work. And no one dropped it, so that's all good. So very exciting time. And the other thing I'd remind everyone, this is the first and only time that the Canada Summer Games will be in Niagara Falls in our lifetime. So I'd encourage everyone to get tickets for the different venues, the different events. They're going to be held throughout the Niagara region. Niagara Falls will feature baseball at Oaks Park and golf, which will be at Legends. And I know there'll be a lot of people in town for the ceremonies that'll be taking place in Niagara Falls. So please encourage everybody to participate. Bring your family out. You don't want to miss it because it's not going to happen again in our lifetime. Moving along, Festa Italia celebration. I was joined by Councillor Pietrangelo and Councillor Kerrio. Councillor Pietrangelo, as you can see in that picture, is holding the Boot Award for stomping the tomatoes. And he's wearing a Niagara Falls BNF, B Niagara Falls shirt. There he is with his size 18 feet squishing the tomatoes. He pulverized those tomatoes, instantly made sauce, and easily won the competition over former President Joe Maggiola and Rob White of a local radio station.
I had a hard time understanding why no one wanted to eat the sauce.
Is there anything you want to say, Councillor Pietrangelo, about some of your strategy, how you were able to, that's twice in a row.
Big feet, worship.
Big feet?
Big feet, yes.
And no, but it seemed that you were in shape. You looked like you were training for it. The other guys seemed winded. They're hanging off of the blue tub and gasping for air, and you seemed to just go, and you had yours poured before these guys were even thinking about it.
Competition, I'll be honest.
Not much
Big feet mean.
Big shoes.
Big shoes, exactly. That's what I was thinking too. And thank you, Councillor Kerrio. I think he was one of your cheerleading section, cheering you on that day. I don't know, any commentary, Councillor Kerrio?
It wasn't fair, Your Worship. His bucket should have been bigger. The other guy's got little feet.
Oh, yeah.
He's got big feet, big bucket.
Yeah. Well, he crushed it. So well done. Well done. Also, we had Eid took place. I was joined by Councillor Pietrangelo as we offered Eid Mubarak to our friends at the mosque on Lions Creek and on Caledonia at the Peace Mosque. So happy to celebrate with all of our Muslim friends in town. Also, we had the Nikola Tesla Day flag raising downtown at City Hall. I was joined by Councillor Thompson as we were raising the flag because the actual event was on Sunday, the Nikola Tesla Day. It was a big event. We were joined by a couple of hundred people right out front of the statue in front of the falls. And it was a very big event, and it was neat. They released doves. That was the first time I've been a part of an event. They released 5 doves, and a lot of people then toured the plant. That new Niagara Parks power station has no less than 9 Nikola Tesla patents in it, and it's pretty amazing, pretty remarkable. 117 years ago that it was built in under 5 years with pickaxe and dynamite. Like, absolutely incredible. I mean, that they could do it that fast by hand, but they did. And when you go tour it, it's a testament to modern technology and engineering. It really is incredible. So to all the engineers out there, well done. Also, I'd like to acknowledge some certain councillors representing the city. There was the Lucas Body boxing match that Councillor Thompson was at and Councillor Strange. And he was a Niagara Falls boxer, and he was successful. So congratulations. I already had a worthy opponent, but it was a unanimous decision just the same. So congratulations to Lucas, making Niagara Falls proud. The Niagara NDFFA Convention Parade Judge, Councillor Pietrangelo, you represented, and the acronym, Niagara District Firefighting.
Yes, that was out of Station 6.
It's Station 6. So thank you for representing the city at that event. We had some grand openings. We had the grand opening of the new RBC out on McLeod Road out front of the old Niagara Square. I was joined by Councillor Thompson for the opening. He was telling us a story that he opened. When did you open up your first bank account there?
8 years old.
8 years old.
Everybody makes mistakes, and I was a review
Carrier?
and I had to go to the bank to put my money in.
It's still there.
70 plus years ago that Councillor Thompson was there. So he joined me. We had a new restaurant open up. This is a Afghani restaurant West Asian. It's called La Sultana, and some will know it as the former Jade Garden. And boy, if you like lamb, it was some of the best lamb I've ever had. Lamb, chicken, beef, rice, boy, was it ever good. So that's on Victoria Avenue. So check that out, La Sultana Lounge. We also had an event called African Women Acting, open up on Queen Street. I was joined by Councillor Lococo, as well as our MP and our regional councillor, Bob Gale, as we opened that up downtown on Queen Street. And there you could see all the colorful outfits, and they were dancing, and they had food, and they had all sorts of really neat African things there. It was a great event. Also had the grand opening of Whirlpool Diner on Bridge Street, not far from the Whirlpool Bridge. And there you are. That used to be known as Dad's Diner for some of you, across the street from the old Simons. So these people are doing very well. The GO train, when people get off the GO train, there'll be 1,600 people getting off one train. And then a lot of them will come down to the diner before they go to visit wherever they're going. So just down the street from the GO train. And lastly, I was joined by Councillor Peter Angelo for the opening of Wren's Pets, which opened up at the old Niagara Square. I'm guessing we don't have a picture for Wren's Pets. So a nice thing about Wren's Pets, they're Canadian owned, mostly Canadian products, and they're here in Niagara Falls now. So it's nice to have them in town. Our next council meeting will be on Tuesday, August the 9th. So mark that down in the calendar, because I know you'll be excited to join us. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I sent, earlier I sent to the city clerk, but I don't think it got on the agenda, just the recent passing of resident and former MPP Joseph Hagelin passed away. So he's a long time serving MPP here back in 1972. So Wayne Thompson would know him, I'm sure. And so condolences out to his whole family.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor. Appreciate you bringing that forward.
And I was at the Fire Hall.
Okay, and yeah, what was that event again, Councillor Thompson? The Crowland Fire Hall.
There's special event out there.
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah, that's right. For the volunteer, it was the 77th annual or something. It was an ongoing event, the AGM. That's right, for the volunteer firefighters. Yep, that was great. Councillor Thompson was there as well. Moving on the agenda now to deputations and presentations. Niagara 2022 Canada Summer Games. Now we've got, there's Victoria Wixton. She's the Director of Marketing and Community Development of the Canada 2022 Canada Summer Games. She's going to give us a presentation. So welcome, Victoria.
Feels like homecoming here. Your Worship, Mayor Diodati, City Councilors, City staff, and guests of the gallery, and those online, thank you for today's platform. I have a special announcement to share with everyone today. Before I get there, unaware of your mayor remarks, I have some duplications from our torch relay. Our torch relay started in Ottawa on June 6th at Parliament Hill. From the Centennial Flame, we lit our torch, which then went all the way through Ottawa, through the Trans-Canada Trail, ended up in Montreal, where we embarked upon the CSL Saint Laurent, which took a historical journey down the St. Lawrence Seaway through Lake Ontario and then made its way through the Welland Canal. We disembarked in Port Colborne, and Councillor Mike Strange assisted us with that. And then from there, it's been taking a journey every weekend since June 25th, 2 stops every weekend, and we'll be finishing up on July 31st. My apologies. Can I just go here? Let's do this. So on Sunday, June 26th, after we started off in Thorold, we went to the Niagara Falls Municipality, and with our community partners, Canadian Tire, Penn Financial, City of Niagara Falls, and our Rotarian Clubs of Niagara Falls, we put together one hell of a show. There was over 321 people participating in that specific event. And how the flame works is supposed to be continual. So what we do is every time we finish a particular leg, the flame gets moved over to our ceremonial lantern, and then it makes its way over to the next community. As Mayor Diodati had indicated, we had Councillor Mike Strange, Councillor Victor Pietrangelo, and of course himself participate as torchbearers that day. We also had Councillor Lococo there in presence as well. And there's your worship lighting the torch, a very historical moment for you, Mayor. And then even a better one where he almost, lit our arch on fire because he raised it so high. That's the start. Look, he already looks tired. That's the start. And then, of course, him in fine form. And then I just wanted to bring a special thank you to Councillor Mike Strange for involving his Hogan's Heroes. We were fortunate to have Gavin join us that day, and then rejoined us, and I believe the following weekend in Fort Erie. Oh, sorry,
Heaters
my
Heroes.
apologies.
I think Hogan's Heroes was a short.
That's right. That's in the midst of my head.
I love that show. And he's wearing his dress shoes in that picture. That was nice that he ran.
But what a great shot. He was such a happy boy that day. Very, very happy. And he wanted to run longer. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you to your city staff. We had an incredible planning team. It was a lot of fun. They brought a lot of humor to the whole arrangement. We couldn't have done it without them, with the road closures, working with the Niagara Regional Police and our sponsors and so forth. It was great. And I want to thank you for bringing that energy and support to what we're trying to do. So thank you with that. So without further ado, I have a special announcement, and just kind of have to walk you through the journey so you can appreciate the announcement that we're about to make. The Canada Games, as you heard from me many times from this platform, it's really the next generation of Canadian leaders that we hope to gain from these games. And with that, we have a very special program called the Hall of Honor, such as you have here, your Hall of Fame and so forth. This is the same type of platform. And what this Hall of Honor is, it recognizes exceptional Canada Games alumni and builders who have sparked greatness by distinguishing themselves during the Games and beyond, and contributing to the growth of the Canadian Games movement. So this is a very special honor for us to have this. We break this down into 3 specific categories: athletes, builders, and distinguished alumni. And what we did, I'm just going to break this down. The athletes category recognizes past Canada Games athletes who have achieved significant success, national or international competition. Nominees must also demonstrate support for the Canada Games movement. They must be inactive. So that's how you qualify for that category. And then there's the builders. The builder category recognizes past coaches, managers, officials, administrators, volunteers, sponsors, etc., who have made an immeasurable impact for more than 10 years within the Canada Games movement. Again, these nominees must be active or inactive. And then we get to our distinguished alumni. This category recognizes any individual who has participated in a previous Canada Games as an athlete or in any other capacity, and has since gone on to meaningful accomplishments in the field other than sport. Nominees exemplify the highest level of ethical leadership in their profession and their community. So with that, 3 specific areas, we did a nationwide call-out from East Coast to West Coast. We do this with every single Canada Games. If you recall, the Canada Games has the same momentum as the Olympics. Every 2 years, winter, summer, winter, summer. So this goes from East Coast to West Coast. We had approximately, I have to say, 78 incredible nominees put forth. And this Hall of Honor was established in 2007 at the Canada Winter Games in Yukon. On Friday, August the 5th, we will actually have our Hall of Honor and welcome reception at our prestigious Niagara Falls Convention Center. I put this slide here to remind all of you in this council that you would have received your invitation to participate in this very special evening. Mayor, you will have access obviously with your accreditation, but every member of council and a guest can come to this reception, and we have additional tickets as well. Very excited to have it at the Convention Center. This is our welcome reception to over 500 dignitaries and stakeholders and so forth. It's the great kickoff to the next day, which is our opening ceremonies. So definitely an incredible red carpet event right here in our backyard at the Convention Center. And it'll be this evening that we actually bring official recognition to the inductees of the Hall of Honor. So without further ado, it gives me great honor and pleasure and almost some emotion to announce that your very own Mike Strange is our Distinguished Alumni Hall of Honor inductee. It's quite the journey, eh, Mike?
Thank you so much. I don't want to say a speech because I probably have to save it for this night, but thank you so much. It's, it's 1987 was when I competed in the Canada Games in Cape Breton, and it was kind of the first games when I was 16 years old, where not only you're went to a boxing event, but you had all the athletes there. It was first kind of multi-sport event where they have opening ceremonies, closing ceremonies. You got Ontario uniforms, so it kind of really, people don't realize you need that kind of experience just walking around and being in that atmosphere to get ready for different games like the Commonwealth Games or Olympic Games or Pan American Games, and that really did help me, and met so many athletes there that I ended up going on to the Olympics with and being part of the same team, and other athletes. And another fellow alumni Hall of Honor inductee was Katrina Maydon, who was my ultimate Olympic sweetheart. I love her to death, and to be just, it's such an honor to be included in with some of these great athletes like Cassie Campbell and Bruni Surin and other ones that competed at different Canada Games. So thank you very much. I won't say too much more because I want to save it hopefully for August 5th, and hopefully a lot of people around this council will be there. So thank you so much, Victoria. And the other thing, it's so unbelievable that we even got this games here because we competed against some great cities, especially Ottawa. And I think to have us as a region, and we have so many, all 12 municipalities involved, and all these athletes coming in, and it's once of a lifetime. So I just encourage everyone to come on out and watch these athletes, and and volunteer if you can, and come on out, because it's going to be something that you'll never ever see again in our lifetime, and something that we'll cherish. And you're going to see a lot of these athletes competing and winning medals for Canada in upcoming Olympics for sure. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So Councillor Strange will be joined by 3 other inductees that evening. We're very fortunate to have another Niagara, Stacey Allister, join us as an inductee as well, and she's from tennis, one of the first women coaches that came out of the Canada Games as first a athlete and then became a coach. Now the neat thing is I'm very powerful, I believe I'm very powerful, but I had nothing to do with your inductee. So this panel that was created by 6 separate people coming from the Canadian Olympic Commission, members of the Canada Games Council, and then members at large, reviewed every single nomination. And Mike, they were just so impressed with what was put forth for you. It was an honor to sit back and watch the process. Of course, I'm cheering from the sidelines, and I'm watching you go from here to here to here. I'm getting very excited, and again, we don't have a say, the host society cannot. You were talking about conflicts of interest. This was definitely one that we had to remove ourselves from. And to watch you just rise ethically through the process is an honor. So thank you for bringing this great respect to the city of Niagara Falls, the Niagara, and our historical games coming to Niagara in August. So with that, I thank you. That's all.
So Victoria, great job you're doing, really getting everyone excited, and that's something you're just an amazing cheerleader to get everybody excited, because
25 days.
Well, it's coming fast, and a lot of people don't think really appreciate what a big deal. I think Mike drew attention to the fact it was no small feat getting them here. And then once we got them here, to get everyone to come to them, to really appreciate. Sometimes you don't appreciate something until it's over. So hopefully everybody really.
Waiting a year.
Pardon me?
And then having to wait another year.
Right,
So.
got delayed for a
Right.
year. And so many, these people, like you said, hopefuls, Olympic hopefuls, delaying their dreams. But regardless, you're doing an amazing job.
We're all
Thank you
trying.
for all the things you're doing to put it on everyone's radar, so it's well attended.
Thank you very much, okay?
Great, thank you.
So I'll see you on the 5th, Mike, okay? All right, have a beautiful day, guys, thank you.
Thank you. Well, we don't have to come now because we heard a speech, so. Okay, moving along our agenda, Mr. Clerk, so we move to 6.2, Grow Community Food Literacy Center. So we've got representatives here. We've got Katie Ann Wolfenberg and Dan Giancola, both named Niagara Regional Impact Award recipients. So I understand Katie Ann and Joanna Wolfenberg will be providing a presentation, if I'm correct, Mr. Clerk? Dan could not make it. And Dan could not make it, okay. So, ladies, welcome. If you want to come right up to the microphone. Make sure the little red button is pushed.
Doesn't matter which one.
Oh, no, whatever one you want.
Okay. Yeah, it's pushed.
There's 2 mics, you can both talk.
No, I'm just here for support.
Okay.
Mayor, City Council, and guests. My name is Katie Ann, and as you may know, I am the 2020 Niagara Regional Youth Impact Award recipient and Grow Community Food Literacy Center's Youth Ambassador. Thank you for the kind letter of congratulations you sent me. While I am 16 years of age, I strive to make my community of Niagara a better place. I do need your help along the way, though. On September 17th, 2022, I will be walking the Grand Parade here in Niagara to help make sure growing older adults and veterans have a hand in accessing healthy, nutritious food. In Niagara, growing older can often rob people of status, sense of well-being, and being valued. Along with the rising cost of food, seniors on fixed incomes and veterans are finding it hard to eat healthy. On September 17, 2022, I'm walking and fundraising to publicly honor and support aging friends and family and ensuring through Growth Community Food Literacy Center they can eat healthily. I am asking for your support to walk with me on my team or register a team, and to dig deep and give generously to this walk. We have a goal of $20,000. Most of you have access to some of the big community donors in Niagara, and I am asking you to help open these doors for me. I am asking you to help me make connections where I can make a presentation and advocate for our community. A food bank is 3 or 4 days of emergency food a month. 75% of GROW's members have type 2 diabetes. We are building a new hospital in Niagara region to take care of our community. Let's start by taking care of our community and making sure those on low incomes can access healthy, nutritious food weekly. Let Niagara Falls and GROW be that change. Let's make a difference together. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie Ann. Yes, so Council, do we have any questions? Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Wren. Great presentation. So September 17th, what time is this occurring and where do you start?
10 a.m.
10 a.m.? Okay.
Yes.
And then are you
And it's at
walking
A.N. Meyer.
A.M. Meyer, are you walking a certain distance or?
Thank you.
Or just keep going?
2.5 kilometers.
Okay. Well, maybe you can walk right to Oaks Park because we're having heaters here.
Is that the same day?
It is the same day, actually, yeah. So maybe we can actually get you as one of our celebrities to walk a lap that day with one of our children would be amazing. So if you guys could walk one of the laps, and I'm sure Dan will be there kicking footballs like he usually is anyways, but just want to congratulate you and your mom on all the great stuff you're doing, and it's such this is a great event, but I know you do other great events to raise awareness and in the poverty we have today, especially in the prices. You go to the grocery store now and try to buy, fruit and vegetables. It's so expensive. So I just love what you guys are doing, bringing people in, teach them how to cook. People who can't afford it, and you're coming in and teaching them. It's just amazing. And so thank you so much. Maybe we could put in a team or something of that nature for that day, and either walk or raise some money. I don't know if you have something that you just collect donations or something like that, like a sheet that maybe we can online. If it's online, maybe we can do something like that.
Sorry, we have you can sign up at the Grand Parade Niagara Falls, and then it's just online, and then you can all fill it out
even
on there.
I know we have a counselor expenses, stuff like that, so I know I'll donate some money from my expense for sure. So and if anybody would like to follow me in that, we'd appreciate it. And we'll definitely have you on the 17th at Oaks Park and just maybe talk about what you were doing that morning, and then continue that walk along with some of our kids. Would be amazing.
Perfect. Yeah, sounds good.
Thank you for that. Councillor Strange, I've got Councillor Dabrowski.
I think you were like pulling everything from my mind, because everything I wanted to say, Councillor Strange just stole it. But yeah, congratulations to Katie Ann. I had an opportunity to go out to GROW about a week and a half ago. Congratulations on the Niagara Impact Board again. And what they're doing down at GROW is just absolutely phenomenal. And anything we can do to help promote not only the parade, but the amazing things that GROW are doing downtown. A huge need for it. Councillor Strange alluded to it, the life skills that you're teaching as well, not only providing the food, but teaching people how to shop, how to save, how to purchase the groceries, and then going home and actually cooking the food yourself. It's nutritious, it's a healthy way of living, so congrats to that. And Katie Ann, only 16 years old, right? Like the amazing things that are coming out of Katie Ann, and she mentioned that she's going away to school in a couple of years, and I can only help that once you go away to school, you come back and bring your drive and your passion back to the city of Niagara Falls, because young entrepreneurs and leaders like yourself, you're really the backbone of the community. So congratulations. And just to echo Councillor Strange's comments, maybe we can promote the parade on our website, through our social media channels, maybe through communications. And I'd like to challenge the other council members as well to take that whatever it is that we have $1,000, I think, in our councillor expense accounts, but we can't go to the parade, obviously, with Heaters Heroes, but I love the idea that you're inviting them to Heaters Heroes, and I'd love to be involved in part of your team as well and try to help you reach that goal of $20,000. So we're lucky as a city to have young folks like yourself coming in and making these presentations, and I wish you the best of luck. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe if you'd want to bring a motion forward that we receive the presentation and promote it through our city website and and through our social media, exactly.
Okay.
So if you do that?
Yep.
So motion by Councillor Strange and seconded by Councillor Dabrowski.
Sorry, Councillor Strange, does council usually put in, do we usually walk at Heaters Heroes? I know it's been a couple of years since we've done that, but is
We
there,
do the first lap, and
Is a
stuff
council
like to
lap.
coincide with
yeah,
her walking
maybe
too.
we could do that as a council just to make a bigger splash.
Which is at noon, so it gives you time, at 10 in the morning, you can walk a second time.
Perfect.
I'll be there. So if there's no further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. So Katie, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming down, and Joanna, and promoting your walk. And obviously we're going to promote it here at the city, and it'd be a nice day that you could co-promote it with Heaters Heroes, because it's already a big event in the community. That's how many years is this now?
This will be 11, yeah.
11th year. So we've already got a lot of people tuned in, and if you could kind of tie in, it'd probably be a good chance to do that. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
There was also a 2-minute video that.
Oh, a video, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
There's a link in the,
There's, okay, maybe, are we able to play that video? I'm not sure. Is that Heather?
Yeah, Heather usually has them.
Okay, so we're gonna check downstairs. She's downstairs, right? To find out where the video is. My apologies. See if we have anything ready or not. I didn't know.
Here, if I send it to you, Bill, does that help? I have a video on an email.
I'm just connecting with Heather.
Is this a video about the walk? Oh, sorry.
More background on the road.
Oh, on Grow. Okay, okay, great.
Yeah, we'll be right up.
Okay, good. Yeah, that'd be nice if we had some music.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Food is a basic human right, but unfortunately right now it's a privilege. This neighborhood would be considered a food desert. It's a low-income neighborhood that does not have an affordable grocery store. For Niagara, it's ironic because we are in this fruit belt. There are hundreds of farms in this region, but it doesn't make it into this type of neighborhood where people are living on low incomes. GROW is the first community food literacy center in Canada, and it's designed to change the way we address food insecurity. I was inspired by the idea that there's a different approach to addressing food security. So we do this in two ways. The first is food literacy, so things like knowing how to cook or reading a nutrition label, but taking it further to how our food system interacts with the different choices that people make. Our other programs are based on food access, so providing access to fresh and affordable and healthy food to people living on low incomes. We provide a heavily subsidized market, which is open every week with a focus on fresh produce, fruits, vegetables, dairy items, meats, fish, meats alternatives, dairy alternatives, so lots of options. I think our model is so important because it is not a handout. They have choice, they have options, but they still have to pay. It's not a lot of money, but it still gives them that empowerment of being able to provide for themselves. Research has shown that many people that live on low incomes have higher rates of health conditions related to dietary intake. Specifically for our membership here, approximately 75% of our members have type 2 diabetes. The impact of our program is that people are better off. People have more food, people can feed their families, they have more flexibility. In the long term, this type of market can increase people's health, prevent chronic illnesses, reduce anxiety, and just take away some of the pressures that many of our members feel on a day-to-day basis. Canada is such a wealthy country, but we haven't figured out how we can change those systemic barriers that exist with our social systems that prevent people from getting out of poverty. 1 in 8 households is food insecure in Canada, and GROW is about to change that.
That's great, excellent video, and it's a wonderful thing that you do there. And you know, the sad thing too is, you know, so many times you go to the grocery store, no one wants to buy the bruised fruit or vegetables. And there's nothing wrong with it, you know, but that's kind of how we've been conditioned here. If it's not, you know, perfect, then it's not good enough. So anyway, it's great what you do, and we just want to say thank you. And we're going to support you for your event on the 17th of September, and we're going to try to promote you through our social media and our website as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item 6.3, the Alistair Young Arts and Culture Endowment Fund 2022 recipient. Now we've got Clark Burnett here, our manager of museums, and he's going to help us make the presentation.
Yeah, so I'll be brief, and it's been a while since I've been up here, but really excited. I'm here on behalf of Kim Van Stigeren, who's our cultural development coordinator, who's unable to attend. I was supposed to be the official photographer today, so doing double duties today. But you know, artists write the books we read and make the music that we listen to, and really make our lives better, make us think about who we are, what we do, and why we exist. And we're really excited to be doing this annual award on behalf of the Culture Committee. You know, the Culture Committee awards the Alistair Young Endowment Fund every year, and it supports artists in our community, because the artists in our community need support. They need the encouragement, they need to be listened to, they need to be heard, they need to be seen. And this allows us to continue to make Niagara Falls a better place to live in. And we're really excited about the Alistair Young and able to be able to present it every year, and really celebrate what the artists do, what they do for us, what they do for the community, and how they make us feel. So every year, the Alistair Young opens up applications to the community, and the Culture Committee reviews all these applications. And this year, they're really excited by the application we got, and I think we have a few pictures. How do we get into that screen? Just to sort of provide some insight. Really excited to recommend to the council that Dylan Douglas be awarded the 2022 Alistair Young Endowment Fund. Dylan is a very talented artist living in our community, and you can see his painting is bold and dramatic. He's a poet as well, and so let's see, here we go. Let's try and do this. See how well I do this. There's some poetry of his in the presentation package, and that doesn't want to click for me. So there's some poetry, thank you. There's poetry as well as his graphic design work, and it's bold, it's engaging, it makes you think, it does all the things that you want an artist to do. And the Culture Committee would like to recommend that Council accept Dylan Douglas as a 2022 Alistair Young Endowment recipient.
Excellent. So, well, we're looking for a motion from Council. Motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Thompson, that we acknowledge Dylan Douglas as the 2022 Alistair Young Arts and Culture Endowment Fund recipient. And do we have a presentation here to do? You want to come out here and come in the horseshoe?
And I'm going to continue as official photographer.
All right, well, you're going to be in the float, so.
Sure, I could be if you want to press one to do it. That'd be great. Come on up, right up in the center.
Congratulations.
Thank you. There's the official.
Official flowers. So, smile for the official photographer. I'm the official mayor today. 1, 2, 3. I'll do one more this way. This. Awesome. Thanks, Carl. Congratulations. Congratulations. You want to say a few words? Why don't you share a little bit about your art ability?
Yeah, sure. I didn't prepare to go over here.
You can do it here. There's a mic here. You can do it over here. comfortable. Sure.
Okay, thank you. I guess I didn't prepare anything, but I just want to say, first off, thank you. I've been a part of the community for a long time, about 10 years. I started off in the literary community in Brock in the Niagara region. I did my undergrad at Brock. And then I went to London. I did my MA, but I got completely disenchanted and burnt out with academia. And I wanted to get back into the art community and not be sitting in front of a book or computer for 10 hours a day. So I started getting into graphic design. I started a real estate company, actually. So I do branding design and marketing for a real estate company out of Collingwood. And they also do a bunch of other stuff in Southern Ontario. So I got into that, and then I've just been really wanting to kind of support my friends and then support other people in the community and kind of make Niagara a cultural force to be reckoned with, so that people actually want to be here, stay here, and not move to Toronto or other maybe bigger cultural centers where they can get caught up in a lot of action. But I want kind of Niagara to be a place where people want to stay or even want to come. And I want to make this, again, a cultural force to be reckoned with. So again, I'm working very actively in the community, doing painting, doing art shows, and doing all of this stuff. So I want, again, Niagara to be a place that people come and stay, and they don't leave to go to these bigger cities. But anyway, again, thank you. I didn't prepare anything, but
That was great, right from the heart. Really appreciate that. Question now, if someone wants to reach you, Dylan, and what's the best way for them to reach you?
Probably Instagram or email. So my Instagram's poetry.sux. Poetry sucks.
Poetry.
Well, it's a branding strategy. It's a provocative branding strategy.
So say, what is it again? Poetry?
Poetry sucks. So poetry.sux. And then also I have my email at dylan_douglas@hotmail.com.
Okay, you say it too fast. Dylan,
Dillon, DILLON
Yep.
underscore Douglas, DOUGLAS @hotmail.com.
At Hotmail. Okay, that's really great, because I'm sure there's a lot of people at home watching, and some of your art is amazing.
Thank you.
I was looking through our presentation here.
Yeah, I actually just had a show at Jackson Triggs, Canvases and Caviar. I don't know if anybody heard of it, in Niagara on the Lake. So we had a big event there, and I was part of that group.
So you do collaboration with other...
Yeah, I think that's the ideal thing. Instead of being kind of a lonely, kind of solitary thing, I think it's better to collaborate and community, and generate a kind of community, because you get more people and you get more involvement too when you do these shows. So absolutely, yeah.
Well, that's fantastic, Dylan. Well, on behalf of the city, we want to say congratulations on being our official Alistair Young Arts and Culture Endowment Fund recipient. Thank you to Clerk and for your team for picking a real worthy recipient, and really appreciate you sharing your story about why you came back and what you're trying to do, because that's what we're trying to do too. Get everyone that left, come back, and we'll all collaborate with each other and help each other.
Amen.
High tide rises all boats. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
I'll get those in water. All right. So now, are we in time? We're just a few minutes early, Mr. Clerk?
4 minutes early.
Or 3? Yeah, oh, 3 by my watch. By my thing. Yes, we're 3 minutes. Do we have to wait those 3?
We should wait till 2:30.
2:30. Okay. So our plan.
Reports, or that might take a while.
Yeah, it'd be 3 minutes. So folks, we're just gonna 3 minutes. We're gonna start our planning portion of the agenda. It's an advertised part. Yes, it's a chance for people to leave, run out. As exciting as it is,
Busted.
I'm not drawing any attention to anyone leaving.
We're just going to start working on that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. If anyone needs to do a bathroom break, and then we'll resume back here in 5 minutes.
There is no script for some.
3, 2.
All right, welcome back to the regular scheduled City Council meeting. We had a brief recess after some of our deputations and presentations, and now we're about to start the planning matters portion of the meeting, and anyone following along on the agenda, that'll be section 7. So I'll now go to our city clerk to maybe get us started.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to point out that as we enter into the planning portion and the public meeting portion of the agenda, the first item, 7.1, there is no public script to follow. However, with it being a public meeting, we'll have our staff introduce the consultants, but it is also an opportunity, if there are any public present, after we hear from the consultants, we will give any public present an opportunity to speak as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Now ask James Downing from our Finance Department to move us forward in the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to invite Henson Consulting. We've engaged them to work on a community benefit charges strategy on behalf of the City of Niagara Falls. This is replacing Section 37, which is the density bonusing provision in the Planning Act, for those familiar. And it's really just another funding tool for our capital investment in order to help higher density investments help contribute towards some of the pressures they're going to put on the local communities. So right now we should have online Danielle Tivoli, Craig Binning, and Rachel Pataglia from Henson Consulting, and they have a presentation, and we'll let that sort of kick things off.
Okay, sounds good. Are they going to be visually online or just by voice?
Correct. They should be connecting all through Zoom. They have...
Yeah, they're all here.
Wonderful.
Danielle's up for presentation.
Perfect. Yeah, Danielle will be leading.
Okay, great. Danielle, can you hear us? Oh, there she is. Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, Danielle. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. As I said, on the call today, we also have, as James mentioned, Craig Binning, who will be speaking us through this presentation today. I will be sharing my screen. So if everyone could let me know when I do share, if you can see it, and if you can hear Craig as well, if Craig, you would like to test your audio.
Yes, good afternoon. Pleasure to be with council. I'm not sure if my camera is on or not, but I'll be doing the presentation.
Yeah, Craig, we hear you, we don't see you.
Okay, very good. I don't know how I changed that. I apologize.
Is your camera on? I'm sorry to state the obvious, but...
I can give him access.
You can give him access? Okay. We're going to give you access.
Getting him rejoined here.
Craig.
There we go.
There we go.
There we go. Once again, it's a pleasure to be with council this afternoon and planning committee. We are going to be going through a presentation on this new community benefits charge. And if Danielle can put the presentation up for me, that would be great. As the clerk indicated, there's no formal notice requirements under the Planning Act for this type of engagement. It just says that we need to consult as determined necessary by the municipality. So we thought it would be appropriate to take an opportunity to provide a brief presentation to council and interested members of the public on this community benefits charge. If we go to the next slide, the items I'm going to cover off is just to give a very high overview of what the community benefits charge is, as it is a new piece of legislation. And then I'm going to talk about the development forecast, because this is related to funding development related needs for a certain subset of type of development. And then we're going to talk about the potential revenue generated by the community benefits charge. And you can see that short form CBC that we'll be using. And then we're going to talk about the kinds of works that you could potentially fund from monies collected through this new revenue tool. So just on to the next slide. What is the community benefits charge? As James indicated, this is effectively a replacement for the previous or current Section 37 provisions of the Planning Act. And those provisions allow a municipality to collect additional monies when a developer seeks increased height and density on a specific parcel of land. And the intention there was to fund some of the impacts associated with allowing that increased height and density on that site. This new charge is different in several important ways. One is it's no longer related to seeking increased height and density. However, it is restricted to being levied against buildings or developments that are 5 or more stories and have 10 or more residential units. Just to short form that, it's basically higher density residential development, but it can include mixed use buildings. Some important things are that it must be levied through a bylaw, which is the process that we're going through now. It can only be levied by local municipalities, so that's municipalities such as yourselves and single tier municipalities, but for example, the region of Niagara does not have authority to use Section 37. It does require us to develop a strategy, or what some of us refer to as a background study. We have done that and made it available on the city's website. And you can collect money or you can get in-kind contributions towards this. One of the important things here is that the maximum amount that any individual development can pay is 4% of the land value of that development on the day before the first permit is issued. The importance of that is the first permit usually reflects the highest and best use of that land site, and the value is determined of that land, and the charge would effectively be equivalent to 4% of the value. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a few moments. Just moving on, some of the things that we can fund through the CBCs, it's really quite a broad thing. One thing to note is that it does need to be related to development and is funding of initial round of capital costs. So similar to development charges, we can't fund operating costs, we can't fund state of good repair or asset management needs. It's talking about funding the initial round of capital associated with meeting the incremental servicing needs of these higher density residential formats. Things that we're looking at are things like parking, urban amenities, which we're including streetscaping and urban parks, public art, heritage, and culture, and active transportation needs. And I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about each of those in a few minutes. Moving on to the next slide. The process that we're required to go through, as I indicated, we have to have public consultation, but it's not prescribed. So we're using the opportunity today to present the strategy, present the process and the bylaw, and then we'll have some time if we receive any comments or submissions to make refinements prior to coming back to council in August with the bylaw for their consideration. It's important to note that this bylaw will be appealable to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Section 37 agreements previously were not necessarily done appealable to the tribunal, but this bylaw is, so it's important that we do it in a rigorous format. The monies that get collected under the CBC will go into what is referred to as a special account, or what many of us in the finance world call a reserve fund. And then the stipulation under the legislation is that annually the municipality and council must either spend or allocate 60% of the monies that are in that special account towards eligible projects. And there's annual reporting requirements as well. One of the sort of last minute changes to the legislation is that there's a mandatory review of this. You have to review the strategy every 5 years. And what we're proposing or recommending to the city is that when you undertake your next development charge update, that you review your CBC strategy at the same time, because there's overlaps between the development forecast as well as some of the capital funding that is necessary through both of the tools. On to the next slide. This is just an overview or schematic of the strategy. And basically what we do is we look at how much is the municipality going to grow by over our planning horizon. And we're going to use 10 years for this city strategy. Then we identify what the growth-related capital needs are related to this higher density residential format. And then there are some legislative constraints that we need to consider. We have to net out grants, we have to net out benefit to other forms of development and existing people. And we remove that, and then we talk about the share of the works that are eligible for CBC recovery, and we compare them against the potential revenue that we think you might generate based on the amount of development and that 4% cap, and look at the relationship between those two numbers. And that's what the balance of my presentation is going to discuss. So on to the next slide. What we first did is looked at and determined how much development do we think you're going to attract over this next 10 years from 2022 to 2031. And we're focusing on the apartment category. We looked at your last development charge background study that it was my pleasure to work with the city on that study. And we also looked at recent permit applications and also development applications before the city. And we determined that it's on it's reasonable to assume on average you'll attract about 125 apartments annually, or 1,250 over the 10 years. Not all of those will be in buildings that are 5 or more stories, and we've assumed that 80% of them will be, and therefore subject to, or potentially subject to, the CBC charge, or about 1,000 units over the next 10 years. On to the next slide. What we then did is try to estimate how much revenue might the city collect at the 4% cap. So we've got the 1,000 units, and then we had some appraisal information that for recent activities there in the city and its surrounding areas. I'll acknowledge that it was fairly limited amount of data, but I felt it was sufficient to arrive at some reasonable assumptions. When we looked at the relationship between the appraisals and the developments occurring on those sites, and they were focused on higher and medium density residential sites, it was working out that the land value itself was between $40,000 and $50,000 a unit. The 4% of that value is the $1,600 or the $2,000 per unit you see in the one column. Multiplying that against the 1,000 units gives us a 10-year estimate of revenue of between $1.6 and $2 million. So it's not an overly large amount of money, but it's certainly significant to fund some important capital works. So there's the revenue side of things, and what I'd like to do now is talk about the capital. This next slide is a summary of the capital area for the 5 areas that we're looking to potentially fund, and I've got a slide on each one of them, so I'll just give you an overview now. And there's additional detail in the strategy document itself. The 10-year program, you can see, totals about $55.4 million, that gross cost. We don't anticipate any grants or subsidies for these works. However, we do recognize that both the parking and some of the active transportation elements will provide some benefit to existing residents, so we're netting off about $12.5 million. In our opinion, almost $43 million of the cost is development related, but not all of it is eligible for funding from CBCs. We have to recognize that other forms of development will benefit from these works as well, so we've netted off another $16 million, leaving us with about $26.8 million that, in our opinion, related to CBC types of development. You can recognize quite quickly that that's far more than the revenue that we anticipate generating. And what I'd like to do now is just identify some of the key programs in each of these 5 areas. So on this next slide, we've included what we'll call just some monies made available to update their strategy and also for implementing the CBC bylaw and managing it over time. And we've allocated about $200,000 for that activities, and all of it would be related to the CBCs. On the next slide, where we get into some more of the actual kinds of activities and infrastructure we're looking to fund, the first is parking. Parking used to be an eligible service under the Development Charges Act, but it has now been removed through recent legislative changes. The city has identified a series of different kinds of parking needs, provision of increased parking activities, parking infrastructures like pay and display machines, EV charging stations, and alike. And that totals almost $17.5 million. We recognize that some of that will provide benefit to existing residents and those coming as tourists to the city. So we've netted off about 1/3 of the share of the program. And we've also attributed 1/3 to other development, leaving us with about $5.8 million under the CDC category. The next category deals with urban amenities and capital program, and this is in areas in which we anticipate seeing this higher density residential development. We have things in here for streetscaping. That could be anything from doing enhanced sidewalk improvements, additional plantings, more opportunities for accommodating pedestrians within the right-of-way and such. We also have included urban parks and what we refer to as POPs, which are privately owned public spaces that can be accessible, often provided in kind, and we want to make sure that avenue was available to you. This program totals over $17 million, of which about 13.5, the majority, we put into the CDC share. And then another category that's not eligible for development charge funding is public art, heritage, and cultural programs. And in each of those areas, what we've done is we've made a provision for an expenditure of about $100,000 every 5 years, or $200,000 for each of the 3 areas over the next 10 years, or about $600,000. This would augment other activities and other mechanisms that the city uses to fund these important infrastructure needs. However, we're identifying these as being specifically related to and in proximity to higher residential development form, and we're proposing to consider that all CBC eligible. And then on to the next category, the active transportation capital program. We recognize that as we're attracting higher density residential forms, it often means that we're providing reduced parking standards, and also those that live within higher density residential have lower single occupancy owner patterns than ground related units. And these are the type of people who want to have active transportation opportunities. And so we're recognizing that through the enhanced needs here, about $20 million program shared out 1/3 to benefit to existing, 1/3 to other development, and a 1/3 share to the CBC, about $6.7 billion. So that is all of the capital program. And just to try to highlight here, the total of that CBC eligible cost, as I noted before, $26.8 million, a very significant amount. Our estimate right now from the CBC is you're probably going to collect somewhere in the range of 1.6 to 2 million. As land values change over time, that may get higher. As you attract more development, it may get higher, but it's certainly significantly lower than the anticipated costs that we see incurring. And so we feel that we are well within the supporting of implementing a bylaw and a strategy with the 4% legislative cap. And just to wrap up my presentation, just some of the next steps. As we've indicated, the strategy and bylaw itself were made available on the city's website last week. We're having this public meeting today. We've received some comments already, and we look forward, if we receive any additional ones over the coming weeks, we will make any necessary adjustments and refinements to both the strategy and the bylaw, and we look forward to coming back to council in August for a bylaw for their consideration. One of the reasons that we're moving forward at this pace is that there is a transitional time frame between the current Section 37 provisions and these new ones, and you need to have a bylaw in place for September 18th of this year if you wish to continue to use the Section 37 provisions of the Planning Act. And with that, I'm pleased to end my formal presentation, and we would take any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. Craig, do we have any questions of council? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I'm not sure who this question would be to, if it would be over to the consultant or if it would be over to staff. But I noticed in one of the very first slides anyway, it talked about eligible projects must have minimum of 5 stories and 10 units. Is that and or? So can something qualify that is just, I guess, has, for instance, 20 units, but is only 2 stories? Does that qualify? Is it an and, or is it an and or?
Mr. Binning, did you want to deal with that one?
Yes, I'd be pleased to answer that question. The legislation is an and, so it must meet both of those tests. It has to be 5 or more stories and 10 or more residential units. So the development described would not be subject to a CBC if it's only 2 or 3 stories.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Your Worship. And that's kind of what I thought. So that's why the rest of the presentation really kind of focused on the fact that it would be apartment buildings that would fall into this category. And Your Worship, I'm not so sure that I'm convinced that this is the best strategy for us. I mean, I think Niagara Falls is in a situation right now where we would love for people to build apartments in our city. We actually need it. You know, it would help us in terms of our affordable housing strategy if we could get apartments here. I'm not so sure that I would want to penalize anyone that was looking at building an apartment building here by adding an extra development charge on top of them. You know, the other part of the problem that I have a hard time with is the fact that we always talk about the fact that if someone is to build a building, you know, their impact on the infrastructure is not as great, let's say, as an entire subdivision. So we're not looking at the subdivisions that might have, you know, 10 kilometers of sidewalk and road, you know, hundreds of sewer pipes and water pipes, mains, all that kind of stuff. We're looking at the project that has maybe 100 feet of sidewalk and one sewer pipe and one water pipe going in and out of it and charging them more money. I'm not so sure that I'm convinced that this would be the best strategy for us. I think to do it in the tourist core was different because everyone had the concept that, you know, if you own property in the tourism area, that, you know, you were able to build up to 30 stories, and then building over top of that, you know, you could go under Section 37 and you could get the rights to build higher than that. I think the other thing that this might bring is, you know, the concept that bonusing in the residential area is okay. A lot of times, you know, anytime you hit 3 stories, it can become controversial. To go to 5, it just adds that much more controversy. And, you know, going over 5, I think that there would be some perception that, you know, well, as long as I'm paying, then I can go higher. And I don't really like that concept, to be honest with you. So those are my comments, Your Worship. I don't know how others feel.
Yep, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Kerrio, then Thompson, then Lococo.
Thank you, Worship. Great presentation. I agree with Councillor Peter Angelo. The presentation focused on how we could spend the money. Been around council a long time. We've never usually had trouble spending money. But how do we sell this to people that we're trying to attract to our community to develop things that we all sit around trying to get them to do? Affordable housing, more apartments. How does this help us? What am I going to say to a potential developer that wants to come here that now I'm going to charge them another 4%? Mind you, we can come up with some great ideas on how we're going to spend the money, but people in the apartment building business are already very, how would I say, picked on by different levels of government. They're centered out, charged different types of charges and restricted on their income. I think they've got a big target on their back as it is to try and add another 4% on top of the development charges, even though there are some things that are not eligible now for development charges. I think it's a tough sell. I like to look at the other way. How do I go about getting people to develop in our community? Investing, building a nice apartment building, building some affordable units. This doesn't do it for me. So I don't know how it helps us. So I'm probably looking for a way that someone could tell me, how am I justifying this to someone who's going to invest in our community? What do I say to them to give them some comfort that we're really here trying to help them develop in our community?
And to that point?
Yeah, to that point, Councillor?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. And to that point, I was just thinking, and if the developer does want to come in.
It's to that point. Hang on, Councillor. Go ahead. Councillor Strange, you have the floor.
And if it was an apartment building that they want to build, and they understand that they have to increase the cost, all that, all that's going to change is that instead of charging a family $1,500 to stay there, now they're going to be paying $2,500. And how is that helping affordable housing in the end?
Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Thompson, Lococo, then Strange.
You sure you have somebody else?
Well, right now we don't.
Yeah. Anyway, I heard that this has to be the opportunity to go to the LPAT, and I would say everybody in the apartment would be, is this any place else in Ontario? How many other municipalities have changed Section 37 to do this?
Yep. We're going to start with our CAO is going to jump in first, and we can go to Mr. Binning.
And Mr. Binning can add to it. This is a provincial program. This was consulted, a couple of years ago. In my prior life, I actually worked for the province to come up with a 4% cap rate. So it was a determination to offset something, the Section 37 charges, to come up with what they believed would be a more predictable method for the developers. So I think there's a misnomer here that this is going to be additive to the cost of the development. In fact, we predict that we will get significantly less revenue from this than what we were getting before from Section 37. And, you know, the challenge will be is that, you know, when you have density buildings such as apartments, the people in the apartments still want parks, they still want active transportation, they still want things that make, you know, not a house but a home, you know, and that's stuff that, frankly, City of Niagara Falls does a pretty good job of providing. The other thing that you have to consider here is parking is no longer eligible, and we can do some parking relief through Section 37. So the reason that those budgets are up there, you can see where some of the demands will be. You know, the 26 million, if we're going to go through with our plans and we can only raise $2 million, you know, from the CBCs, and we have a budget of $20 million to make those other community improvements, all you're doing is transferring it either to the levy or another source of revenue, or you're not going to provide the amenities or the service levels that we normally provide. So that's the other challenge. The other thing that, like development charges and CBCs, if they're embedded into the cost of the building in condos and that kind of stuff, they can be actually extrapolated over the financing term of the cost of the building, where levy rates can't be. You know, a property tax charge is an immediate charge to the taxpayer, where if it's embedded into the cost, they can actually amortize it all over. So it's the only tax, DCs and this is the taxes that we can actually, the property owner can actually amortize, unlike levy. So it's a tool. It's less of a tool, frankly, than Section 37. But when we talk about affordability, actually I wouldn't, you know, this is an affordable tool, frankly, just like development charges are more affordable to the end user, the end payer, the taxpayer for it. So, you know, it's out there for discussion. To answer the councillor's question, almost every community is doing this in Ontario because it is a province-wide type of program that was established by the Conservative government when they first came into power last election. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think that if every municipality did this, we wouldn't have to worry about it, because they would look at it, say, Niagara Falls has this and St. Catharines doesn't, and will do development in St. Catharines rather than Niagara Falls. So I think this is something we have to give tremendous thought about, and I agree with Kerrio and Peter Angelo. I have concerns, and we have so many apartment buildings growing up in Niagara Falls now, and I think that that would affect, unless it's right across the province and the government does that for every municipality. Otherwise, I think we could be in a less beneficial situation with getting development. Yeah, I think be interesting.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Over the last few years being on council, I needed to understand about what Section 37 was, what benefit there was to our residents and our businesses and the city, the money coming into the city. So my understanding of Section 37 was that if we increased the height or the density, we would get money coming back to the community in exchange for that. So my understanding of this, I spent a long time talking to Ms. Dolch on the phone regarding all of these changes that the provincial government wants to make, so we don't really have a choice. But where I'm having the problem is that they're now removing Section 37, which means we're not getting those extra fees and extra money coming in from the business community. They're now moving it over to apartment buildings, so all residential, no commercial, over the 5 stories or the 10 units. So we've taken away the money from Section 37. We have less of that, and now we're putting on to a different sector, and that's where the fee's coming in, and yes, it's going to be less. I liked the fact that it was broken down into things like parks and arts and culture and heritage. Where the spending of the money was, that part was great, but I'm really having a challenge about releasing the money from where we had it before, Section 37, on the businesses most of the time. And apartment buildings, when we hear the word apartment buildings, I think of rental apartment buildings. Apartment is a use, and it's most of the time a condo. So condos are sales, and that helps in the continuum of housing, but what we really do need is rentals. And I do see some issues with developers wanting to come to Niagara Falls, or now it's going to be anywhere in Ontario, but now they're going to have to pay this additional 4%, and then we lose our Section 37. I don't like a lot of the concepts in here. I like some of the concepts about where we can spend the money, but I am concerned that this is going against what we're talking about, affordable housing. It's going against the number of mixes and uses of housing that we need, and I don't know what we can do about this. I know it is OLT, Ontario Land Tribunal, appealable, but what do we do as a council if we don't like this? Is there something, and maybe this question either to our CAO or to Mr. Binning, is there something as a council that we can do to express our concerns and have some communication about this plan? Because I know it needs to be implemented in September.
Okay, we'll get an answer from our CAO.
Thank you. Through the chair, or through the mayor to council, and I'll look to Ms. Dolcher or our Leo council. At the end of the day, Section 37 is gone. There's no going back on Section 37. Council does have a choice. You can set the rate. You don't have to have a CBC, or you can set the rate differently. And we can certainly review what other communities are doing. As far as opposing the provincial legislation, council can decide to write a letter to the province, or voice their displeasure with that change. But from staff's point of view, we wanted to ensure that we had something on the books that we have the eligibility to charge at the transition period of time. Going forward, we had a bylaw that could be enacted so that if a development came through, we had the ability to replace some of what would normally be a Section 37 type of revenue charge back into the system for that. So, that's really what it's here for. We have some legislative timelines. If you want to participate in the community benefit charge thing, we have to get this on the books in September or August. Sorry, in September. And that's why we're moving this forward at lightning speed.
Councillor?
Thank you through the mayor. Thank you to our CAO. Again, I see some benefits in the spending, but I really don't like how the program is laid out, in the sense that we're trying to bring more housing and more affordable housing. I don't really think that this is going to be a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got, so Mr. Binning, and then I've got Councillor Kerrio.
Yes, thank you. Just some quick additional comments on top of the CAOs, which were excellent point on. I would just note that there are other municipalities that, as part of the CBC process, are considering having a different rate or a different treatment of affordable purpose-built rental and affordable housing. So if the questions are concerned around the impact on apartments, and it's really in reference to purpose-built rental, especially affordable, there are policies or practices that could be layered into the CBC bylaw to account for that. And just to also stress that although it is largely restricted to residential buildings, they can be mixed-use buildings, so that if there is a certain amount of commercial activity within a building, or one of those buildings that is part hotel and part condominium, that entire project would or could be subject to the CBC as well. I know that doesn't totally replace the way in which the city has used Section 37 in the tourist area before, but there could potentially be some offsets there.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Kerrio, then Peter Angelo.
Thank you, Worship. I would like to hear back from, we don't have a huge amount of developers that do this type of thing in our community. I think there's maybe 4 or 5. I'd at least like to have some consultation with them, have our staff, at least, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this won't scare them off. Maybe it won't deter them. But it would be nice to have a little bit of consultation with them to include their comments before our council made a decision, whether it's done by our CEO or whatever. Like I said, we haven't had a lot of apartment development in the last few years. There's been a few buildings, but very few people in our area that do this. It would be very easy to have a meeting with them, get together with them, and at least get their feeling and get it reported back to council.
CAO?
Yeah, thank you. So we have collected, so we've been advertising this for a little bit. The timeline is quite tight, but the other reason that this is before you as a public consultation is to generate some of those comments. We do have some preliminary comments that we have collected, and we will collect more comments and provide that back to council for the August presentation. But as staff, we can circulate our comments out to council that we've collected thus far via email for council.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. CEO. But we have a few fairly large developers of this type. I'd just like to make sure that we reached out to them and get their comments. And in case it slips through the cracks or they don't know or whatever, I'd like to get that from them. There are not many, you know.
We emailed direct. Yeah, so we did email the Home Builders Association, which most of those people are members of, but we'll target a few other additional ones to make sure we get comments.
Councillor Peter Angelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I know the recommendation is simply to receive and file the report and that the final report will come back in August. I'm happy to move that, Your Worship. I know the majority of council probably feels the same, you know, in the sense that we don't want to do anything that would, I guess...
disadvantage?
Yeah, exactly. Disadvantage or, you know, hamper, you know, affordable or apartment units from being built in Niagara Falls. So I think staff understand that. I know the consultant spoke about the fact that, you know, you can layer it so that, you know, projects that are deemed affordable housing or actual rental apartments, you know, might not be subjected to this, or that there's different rates available. So hopefully staff can come back with that type of information. I also like the idea that Councillor Thompson brought up in the sense that what if Niagara Falls has a charge, but yet another municipality in Niagara doesn't? So maybe staff can reach out to other municipalities. Mind you, not all of them are probably going to fall within the 5 stories, you know, in terms of building height. So there would probably only be a half dozen that they would have to reach out to. But it's valuable information to come back to, and I'm happy to move that we receive the report back in August, Your Worship.
Okay. We've got a motion by Councillor Peter Angelo that we receive and file the report, second by Councillor Dabrowski. If there's no further discussion, we'll call the, oh, I'm sorry, the clerk. Sorry, Mr. Clerk.
So just procedurally, before you call the vote, I know that there are several planning matters on the agenda. However, just in case there are anyone here present that wanted to make comment, just before you call the vote.
Yeah. Is anyone here from the public that wishes to speak to this portion of the planning matters? Okay, I guess we're good. All right. So, sorry, let's once again call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. All right. So moving on, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, moving on to 7.2 on the agenda. A public meeting is now being convened to consider city-initiated amendments to the city's zoning bylaw. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment or would like to preserve their opportunity to appeal to the local planning appeal tribunal, or sorry, that is now changed to Ontario Land Tribunal, shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by signing the sign-in sheets in the lobby.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I now ask Andrew Bryce, who is our Manager of Current Planning, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, members of council, and members of the public. The city-initiated amendment proposes a number of changes to city parent zoning bylaw 79-200. This bylaw was passed in 1979 and covers most of the city's urban area and much of the city's urban area north of Welland River. From time to time, we have done updates to the zoning bylaw to keep up with contemporary development trends or to make housekeeping changes. We had an open house on this matter. It was advertised via the Niagara Falls Review newspaper, and it was held on June the 1st. No objections. We had 2 members of the public attend, but there were no objections raised. However, we did have a number of concerns raised in written correspondence. So briefly going through that, there was concern about zoning affecting the Thundering Waters Forest. Staff's response to that noted that the properties are not being rezoned. Community gardens are being proposed, but we're proposing they not be permitted in zones that permit natural heritage features. Second, a general note that need for intensification along the city's arterial roads. That's to be studied in the future official plan process. Many of the area requirements that are being proposed, there's concern and may reduce potential for intensification. Staff note that basically these are to be generally accommodated within the building or within landscaped areas that are required. And finally, bird-friendly windows. That's basically highly reflective windows. Concerned that there may be birds get confused and they may fly into the windows. So this is not a zoning matter, but it's something that we do look at through our site plan process. Proposed changes. Number one, the PowerPoint hasn't been advanced. Let me just get that going. Number of changes to the residential mix zone. These regulations are to provide for more compact development in newer greenfield areas and to assist in the city meeting its intensification targets. The proposed changes are to the lot area and lot frontage requirements for semi-detached, detached, and townhouse dwelling units within that zone, as well as reducing a number of setbacks. However, I do note that we are retaining a required setback to the front door of the garage to provide a parking space on the lot. There are changes to what we call the special building, which is a front yard setback. This regulation requires infill lots, basically any dwellings built on them, to conform to the average setback of the 2 abutting dwellings. The problem is those dwellings are the ones that exist in 1979 when the bylaw was passed 43 years ago. So we're just updating that to reflect to all existing dwellings. A number of other changes are proposed to zones that permit apartment and block townhouse dwelling units. These include introducing a definition for a stacked townhouse dwelling and permit these dwellings in the R4 and R5 zones, which permit these uses, to recognize a newer housing form. These dwellings would be subject to the setbacks required for apartments. Second one, permit decks and porches to be located in the privacy yards of block townhouse units. Right now, such structures are permitted in any other ground-based dwelling form. However, not permitted in the R4 zone. So we're just allowing those residents of the dwelling to basically have the same facilities are allowed for other similar dwellings. Third one, allow flexibility of providing either a landscape strip or a decorative wall or fence between the parking area and a front yard and a street in the R4 and R5 zones. And finally, a proposal to add an amenity area requirement. This could be a community room, it could be a terrace, it could be a balcony, a swimming pool, or a common play area. 20 square meters per dwelling unit in any future apartment dwellings. Another proposed change is to permit community gardens and associated sheds and small-scale greenhouses as of right. These are community gardens are lands that are not for profit and for the growing of fruits and vegetables by individual and community groups. Bylaw would permit it's a permitted use throughout the Bylaw 79-200 and associated greenhouses and sheds. And we're just not recommending these be permitted in zones that permit natural heritage features. Proposed change to allow temporary parking of recreational vehicles and trailers in residential zones. Right now, they are prohibited within residential zones, proposing that these be allowed for a period of up to 14 days per calendar year, provided that there is a setback of 5 meters provided to the curb of a street. Proposing to reduce the requirements for loading spaces, and this will assist businesses in providing flexibility when they determine the loading requirements. And finally, a number of technical housekeeping changes are being proposed. These aren't intended to change the intent of the bylaw, they're just intended to make the bylaw work better. In general, the zoning changes conform to provincial and regional policies and the official plan. Changes to the R3 zone will promote intensification. The changes to the special building setback regulations will assist in protecting the character of neighborhoods. And community gardens will assist in providing food security as well as general recreation to the public. And finally, changes will allow for the safe temporary parking RVs in residential areas for loading and unloading. And finally, the recommendation is that Council approve these general amendments to Bylaw 79-200. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bryce. Any questions of Council? Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I do have a couple questions, actually. Not sure if it would be through to Andrew or if it would be through to Kira. First question, Your Worship, sometimes there's public projects that by the time they make it to the region, for one reason or another, they get held up, whether it's a simple fact that they're dealing with outdated zoning policies, or sometimes they end up going through the public process and then, because they've heard concerns from residents, perhaps the setbacks are changed, in a very minor way. These are public projects that can fall into the realm of affordable housing units or pumping stations, things of that nature, but they're all public projects. I'm told that other municipalities will allow public uses to locate on land that can generally meet the intent of the zoning bylaw, rather than being entirely restrictive and having to follow the zoning that's on the current lands. So I'm just wondering if staff wouldn't mind commenting on whether or not that's something that we can add into this housekeeping amendment as well.
Okay, so we'll leave it up to Kira, if not, or Ms. Dolch, if you want to.
See which one I'll answer first.
I can take it, yes. Right now, public uses are permitted, like any new buildings or structures within the bylaw 79-200 area. However, any new buildings have to meet strict conformity of the zones. So for council's consideration, that provision could be changed to state general conformity or substantial conformity with bylaw 79-200.
Does that answer?
I wouldn't mind if it said substantial conformity, Your Worship. That would be
general.
General?
Yeah. That's what you said earlier. No?
Whatever our CAO wants.
General, yes.
Okay.
Is it possible to include it in this one?
Yes, like if council wants to move that recommendation or move that change to the recommendations.
Okay. When you're ready for a motion, Your Worship, I'll make the motion that be included as well.
Okay, got it.
As well as the other housekeeping amendments, but I do have one more comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my last question, Your Worship, is just in regards to, there's a bunch of housekeeping items that are coming back to us. They all seem favorable in my opinion, because a lot of these ones are they're very minor, and they just, they trip people up a lot of times that, they didn't know, whoa, geez, especially the people that build the condos or the attached condos, and they say, oh, I didn't know that, you weren't allowed to have, a back deck, and so they have to come down to committee of adjustments, and it's just like an added step, and it kind of trips them up a lot of times. My question would be, is this going to come back in sort of like an all-encompassing or an omnibus bylaw, or is it going to be separated out? Because there's one in particular in regards to the community gardens that I really want to see go through, because I know it's going to affect project share. And I would hate that anyone actually appeals one single bylaw and that they all get tripped up then. So I wanted to see whether or not they were going to be singled out. If not, could I just ask that the community garden one have its own separate bylaw? Because I know that's specific to project share in one of their locations. They would love to get a greenhouse up, but they can't right now because they don't conform with the bylaw. So that would be my question.
So who would like to tackle this?
Through your worship, yes, we could separate the two bylaws out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Good.
In that case, then, your worship, I'll make the motion.
Okay, we're not there yet, but when the time comes. Is there any other questions yet of council for Mr. Bryce?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Yep. I'm sorry.
Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Lococo, sorry. Yep.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I guess, to Mr. Bryce, I had a question from a resident. It's more a procedural regarding the RV complaint basis. If there's a maximum of 14 days and then there's a complaint, bylaw enforcement would come out at that time. They would document it and speak to the owner. Does the 14 days start over of what the bylaw enforcement has seen, or will the 14 days be assumed that it's been sitting there for 14 days based on what the neighbors have observed? Because that's happened in a couple of situations, so technically it could be 14 days that the resident sees, they call bylaw comes out and says, well, we haven't witnessed it, well, we'll start at day 1, then you go another 14 days and you could be over a month at that point. So I guess that's my question on that.
Okay. Mr. Bryce?
Okay, I would, I would look at that it's once it's been documented. Bylaw enforcement would need evidence if it's been there before the 14 days. But from the point it's been documented, it would be 14 days. That 14 days is a whole calendar year.
Okay. Correct. It is, sorry, Mr. Mayor, correct. It is 14 days calendar year, but if the resident has seen it and documented pictures with dates on it, calls bylaw, shows it's over 14 days, bylaw then comes out and says, well, I can't tell when it was there or not, and then they start 14 days from that point. That's where we sort of get into who's doing the documentation. Does it have to be bylaw enforcement? Because some of the residents are complaining that they've already witnessed it, they've taken pictures, they've noted the dates, but that didn't count for bylaw. Bylaw had to start again. So that's the question.
Yep. Our CAO is going to weigh in on this one, Councillor.
Yes, through the mayor to the councillor. At the end of the day, the bylaw officer has to get sufficient evidence and prove it in a court for the offense. So it's hard to say how they would substantiate that evidence. It would have to be taken on a case-by-case basis, but normally it would have to be pictures plus corroborating evidence, such as other residents who will confirm the the station of the RV vehicle. And because it's 14 days, we hope that it's used for that purpose, where someone is loading up for 2 days to go on their vacation and it's not sitting there for 14 days straight. That was really the intent, to give it over the period of time. But it's a good question for the councillor. It would be left up for the bylaw officer to enforce and to gather his evidence. And at the end of the day, it's 14 days in the whole calendar year. So they could be 2 to 3 days, 1 month, 2 to 3 days, another month, and you can trip over the 14 days, subsequently to that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions of council? Okay, seeing none. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Is there anyone here other than our staff that wish to speak to this matter? Okay, seeing none. The public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I'm happy to make the recommendation that council approve the general amendments as outlined in the report, and then I'd like to add that extra amendment that I brought up, Your Worship. And also that the one bylaw just be pulled out, that's in regards to the community gardens.
Okay, and you had used the word general conformity. I
Second
think.
that.
Yep. Okay, and seconded by Councillor Lococo. General
That's correct.
conformity?
Yep.
Okay.
General, substantive, whatever.
Okay, do we have any other comments to the motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous, so thank you for that. Now, move along, and I'll ask our clerk to move us along the agenda.
Yeah, on to item 7.3 on today's agenda. A public meeting is now being convened to consider a draft plan of subdivision and to consider a proposed amendment to the city zoning bylaw to permit a total of 87 to 105 dwelling units and 2 street extensions at 9234 Sodom Road and part of Lot 19, Concession 2, Willoughby. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on June 10th, 2022, and by posting a sign on the properties in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the draft plan of subdivision and the zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal with regards to the zoning bylaw amendment portion, shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by using the sign-in sheets located just outside council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now call on Julie Hanna, our Planner 2, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed draft plan and bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and members of the public. This afternoon, we're discussing the application for draft plan and zoning bylaw amendment for 2 properties located on Sodom Road to permit 18 detached dwelling lots, 8 blocks for 41 on-street townhouses, 1 block for 4 on-street, 8 block and 8 back-to-back townhouses, and 1 block for 16 stacked townhouses, along with blocks for future development and roads. The location of the proposed subdivision is located or shown in blue. It is surrounded by the draft-approved Chippewa East subdivision. Detached dwellings are located to the north and west of the property, and Patrick Cummings Park is located further north. The applications would permit between 87 to 105 dwelling units, consisting of detached dwellings, on-street, back, block, and stacked townhouse dwellings. The zoning bylaw amendment is requesting to place the lands specifically for the subdivision within 4 zones. The R1F zone, which is for detached dwellings, the R3 zone for the on-street townhouses, 2 site-specific R4 zones for the multiple development blocks, and a development holding zone. The draft plan of subdivision is located and shown on the screen in front of you, and it outlines the various blocks. The next screen is showing the same plan but shown in color. So the future development block is in green. The light orange is the on-street townhouses. The light yellow is detached. And then the 2 orange color blocks are multiple residential blocks that would go through site plan application and draft plan of condominium at a later date, should approval be granted. We held a neighborhood open house and received comments from neighborhood residents. Various concerns were raised, including the housing form and density. And in response, planning staff note that the proposal meets the density requirements and that the mixture of housing types is supported. The second concern was traffic volumes and speed, and it has been indicated that the roads can support the development and that speed control devices will be installed. The third is infrastructure capacity, and demonstration of capacity is required prior to final approval. The fourth is the ability of the abutting lands to develop, and a draft plan condition requires the future development block to merge with the abutting lands. The fifth is the layout of block 22, and as previously stated, the building placement, fencing, and landscaping will be reviewed at site plan. And the last is the portion of the driveway block to be conveyed to the adjacent property owner. And this is a private legal arrangement between the 2 property owners. In regards to policy review, the applications are consistent and conform to the Planning Act, provincial, regional, and city policies. We are supportive of the draft plan, subject to conditions and approval of the zoning bylaw. I'm not going to go through all the various relief asked for the various specific zones, so I'll just click through. and you can look at the report for further details. But I will note that planning staff is supportive of all of the zoning relief asked for and the specific zones asked for the various dwelling types proposed. So our staff recommendation is that council approve the draft zoning, draft plan and zoning bylaw amendment subject to the recommendations contained within staff report PBD 2022-050. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah. Do we have any questions of council for Ms. Hannah? Councillor Thompson.
Yes, I had a conversation with Gary Beck over several weeks, and he has 4 points. The one I was concerned about, he was talking about the basements being affected by water. Have you looked at, and obviously you've talked to him, do you have any concern about this at all?
Santa?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Beck did not address the concern with basements with planning staff. The subdivision will have to present a geotechnical report prior to any building permits being able to be issued. And so there would be a review done of the geotechnical situation at that time, and any concerns would have to be alleviated prior to permits being issued. In terms of the engineering plans and stormwater management, thorough review would be done as part of the clearance of draft plan conditions, and a stormwater management pond has been appropriately sized on the adjacent property.
Yeah, I didn't realize the flooding down. I thought we did a lot of work there to make sure we didn't have a problem, so, okay.
Thank you. Any other questions of council? Oh, yeah, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did have a question regarding Mr. Beck's letter as well. It said about removing the street will impact his property for future development. And then on the slide, it said was one of the concerns, and the comment was future development block to merge with abutting lands. Are we speaking about the same piece of property? And what does that mean? I understand about abutting lands merge, but does that help Mr. Beck or hurt Mr. Beck? I guess this would be to our planner.
Yep, Ms. Hannah. And Mr. Beck, by the way, he is online as well, so we'll be able to address him directly.
Yeah.
Ms. Hannah?
Through you again, Mr. Mayor, planning staff have included a condition that requires the merging of block 25, which is the future development block, with the abutting lands to the north, which are currently owned by Mr. Beck. And that condition is to facilitate the future development of those lands. There is a 1 foot reserve that abuts Street A, and the condition addresses that the block would need to be lifted. That's the 1 foot reserve. And that, in combination with the lands merging, would allow for the future development of Mr. Beck's lands, either by Mr. Beck, a future owner, or the property owners of this potential development.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah. I guess the only other comment I have, we've always talked about sanitary servicing, capacity concerns, flooding. Those are my concerns out in Chippewa. Thank you.
And just to speak to the infrastructure concerns that you raised, Councillor Lococo, there is a draft plan condition that requires the confirmation of capacity in the system prior to the region supporting final approval of the draft plan.
Okay, thank you for that. There's no further questions of council. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will reject and staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed draft plan and bylaw amendment. So, Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes to address council on this matter?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we'll do this perhaps in a couple of parts since this is a hybrid meeting. We do have a couple of residents online. I'll suggest that we start with Mr. Beck since his name has come up a couple of times. We do have then a second resident participating online, and then of course there may be residents here in person as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Beck, are you available?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Okay, well, the floor is yours. So if there's any questions or comments, this is your opportunity in addition to your correspondence.
Okay, so the biggest objection that I have is with the sale of, at the time of the sale of the property to Polar Corp, it was represented that the existing driveway shared by our residents and the residents of my aunt and uncle to the south would become a roadway which would allow access to our property. Although the applicant is prepared to sell me part of the driveway to us, being that part shown on Part 1, Plan 59R10-261. The existing driveway is also partially on the property to the south, being Part 2, Plan 59R10-261. We claim a right to continue to use that driveway and objected being included in the site plan and rezoning application. Okay? The next point would be also the rezoning of part of the property to R3 and R4 is inconsistent with the neighboring property, which is all single dwellings. So when the property was sold, there was representation made that the property would be used for higher end housing. The rezoning should be limited to R1. I also have a privacy issue on the back property of where they want to, I think it says block 25, I believe, is the block. Just give me a second here. I'm just going to pull it up so I can tell you the block. It's block 25 at the, no, block 22, sorry. Block 22, which is behind me. I have privacy concerns because that is my backyard. I do not want people to peer over if I'm out there and look over things. So I have a really concern about privacy as well there.
Okay, well, maybe we can get Ms. Hannah to address these. So three main issues, the road, shared roadway, the zoning, and the privacy with Block 22. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Hannah, can you address these, please?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Beck. The arrangement that you have for the sale and conveyance of Block 24, which is providing driveway access to your land, is a private arrangement between yourselves and Public Corp that the city wasn't parties to that discussion. And the draft plan is reflective of those discussions that you had and took place and have made private arrangements for in terms of funding to be transferred. When the consent was finalized several years ago, one of the conditions of consent was that a driveway be provided for your lands, and this was something that you did receive a permit from the region, and we do indicate that there is a culvert crossing Sodom Road that provides access currently onto your lands. So the block that is being conveyed to you is providing the required driveway access to your lands, and that facilitates access to that parcel. In terms of the zoning request that was made by the applicant, planning staff support the mixture of housing types. It meets provincial, regional, and city policies to provide diversified housing, and also to provide that housing at a density that is in keeping with the provincial and regional and city requirements. And lastly, your comments regarding privacy at the rear of your property, which is at Block 22. As indicated, this block will have to go through further Planning Act applications, that being a draft plan of condominium. And at that time, privacy concerns can be addressed. Typically, that is done through fencing and landscaping. And we will be able to address those concerns appropriately at that stage.
Mr. Beck, do you have further comment or question to Ms. Hannah's replies?
Not at this time, Your Honor. No.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, we've got someone else online as well?
Yeah, so my apologies. The second person online is actually the applicant. So before we get to the applicant, we should just see if there's anyone present here.
Okay, great. Is there anyone here in the gallery that wishes to speak to this? No. Okay. So I guess we're good there. So, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Good evening, council.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear your voice.
Great. And I'm just trying to figure out how to turn on my camera.
Why won't you be able to see? Oh, do they know? Yeah, we're good. Okay, yeah, good. If you can turn your camera on, that'd be great. And then if you've got something to share on your screen. Okay, does he know that? Okay. There we go. Welcome to the meeting, Matthew.
Thank you very much. I do have a presentation. I'll just try to share my screen. Here we go. Can everybody see that?
Yep, we can see that. Great.
Great. Okay. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Matthew Warzeka, and I'm the Director of Planning and Development with Pole Corp, the owners of 9234 Sodom Road. I'm going to try to keep this presentation brief because I don't want to repeat any information that's already been provided in staff's presentation or their report. I am here today in support of staff's recommendation for approval of the draft plan of the zoning bylaw amendment. I do, however, have two recommendations that I would like to bring to council's attention. Both pertain to the draft conditions of approval for the plan of subdivision attached to staff's report as Appendix A. The first condition I'd like to note is condition 10F. This condition requires that Polo Corp enter into a cost sharing agreement with DG Group to provide servicing to their lands, or to our lands, excuse me. We have no concerns with this. This is something that's been long understood. However, the specific wording of the condition restricts this to stormwater management when, in fact, additional servicing needs need to be considered as well. With that, we propose that the condition be modified to clearly indicate that any necessary servicing be included within the agreement. DG Group and Polo Corp have both mutually agreed that the following wording is preferred. That the owner shall agree to enter into a cost sharing agreement with the adjacent land owners to address the fair share contribution towards such items, including but not limited to access, water, wastewater, and stormwater management. The second condition I would like to note is condition number 7. This condition requires that a clause be included in the subdivision agreement that requires block 25 to be merged with the residential lands to the north. This is a major concern for us, as there is a significant chance that if included in the subdivision agreement, there's the risk that it could never be satisfied, or not without undue burden, financial or otherwise, placed on Polo Corp. Our concern is primarily driven by the fact that the clause will ultimately rely on the cooperation of a third-party landowner who is not involved in the proposed applications. In fact, not only are they not involved, they've been actively opposed to them. Should the landowner refuse to cooperate in the negotiation to merge the two parcels, that clause will be impossible to satisfy, and the subdivision agreement will remain unfulfilled. To provide a little bit of background on this issue, through the consultation process, we did receive a couple comments from the adjacent owner indicating that they wanted street frontage. We made efforts to negotiate this, but ultimately this was not something that was agreed upon. As you can imagine, it came as a surprise to us to find condition number 7 included when we saw the draft conditions for the first time on Thursday of last week. We immediately contacted staff to express our concerns and requested that the condition be removed or revised. Ultimately, staff indicated that the condition has been included in an effort to avoid landlocking the parcel and to encourage the efficient use of the lands in the future. Now, with a background in planning myself, I appreciate and understand staff's interest in efficiently utilizing the potential development lands and their concern for leaving lands undevelopable in the future. However, the plan as proposed has given consideration to these concerns already. I'll first note that the lands to the north will not be landlocked regardless of the plan. They will maintain frontage onto Sodom Road with a legal driveway access. Now, with that said, Block 25 is a future development block and has been included in the plan specifically to provide an option to create additional frontage to the lands to the north. While we could have proposed a plan more akin to the plan of subdivision on the north side of the parcel with backlotted residential lots, we ultimately opted to create a future development block in case an opportunity to work with the adjacent landowner arose in the future. And this remains an option that PoloCorp would welcome. Staff have also indicated that they want to see future development on the adjacent lands. It is worth noting, however, that the lands are not positioned for future development and that the merging of the parcels would be premature. Right now, the adjacent land is an oversized single detached parcel that is zoned rural. Prior to any development on the land, both a severance and a zoning bylaw amendment are necessary. Until those processes are completed, merging Block 25 with the lands to the north is simply adding additional land to an already oversized residential lot. Lastly, we are concerned that requiring the lands to be merged also has the appearance that the municipality is overextending their legal authority by interceding in private negotiations and acting on behalf of the interest of a private resident. This is an opinion that's also been shared by solicitor Mr. Steve O'Melia at Miller Thompson through a letter that was submitted to council earlier today. Given this, it is PoloCorp's position that the merging of the lands should be left to mutual negotiation and agreement between both landowners, and that Condition 7, as drafted, results in the allocation of a controlling interest to an opposing third party and could severely impact our ability to fulfill the future subdivision agreement. With all of this in mind, we ask that council put forward a motion to remove condition of approval number 7 as described in Appendix A of staff's report. We also ask that condition 10F be modified as suggested. But with these two modifications, PoloCorp otherwise supports staff's recommendations for approval of the applications as proposed. So with that, thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon, and I would welcome the opportunity to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for that, Mr. Warzeka. I'm going to ask Ms. Hannah to address your requests.
And thank you through you, Mr. Mayor.
Microphone, please, Ms. Hannah. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you through Mr. Mayor to Matt. I appreciate your presentation and the ongoing discussions that planning staff have had both with yourself, PoloCorp, as well as Chippewa East and as we mentioned earlier, Mr. Beck. We spent several hours this morning discussing condition 10F, and I know that there have been conversations with Chippewa East as well as yourselves, and that Chippewa East also is supportive of the proposed text presented by yourself to revise condition 10F, and there are no concerns for the revised wording to condition 10F on the part of planning staff. In regards to condition 7, planning staff are not of the same opinion as yourself. As indicated to you over the last several months, we have concerns with the development holding block, and we need to ensure that that parcel of land is merged with the abutting lands to make it a developable block. Typically, in situations such as this, we would have a red line revision, which would utilize land at a appropriate level at the time of draft plan. And it has been our understanding that Block 25, the intent has been to merge the lands with the property to the north. That said, if this was not to occur, there is always the opportunity at a later date to do a red line revision to the draft plan, to revise the lotting, to make Block 25 part of another block to make it developable. And this can be done by shifting Street A southward, and that would facilitate the land. In terms of your comments regarding Gary Beck's land, it is a large parcel. I think Mr. Beck, as well as planning staff, recognize that. And we want to see the land throughout this area be developed in the most appropriate manner. As you are well aware, and as Chippewa East is also well aware, the region of Niagara limits the amount of accesses that are available on Sodom Road. We have had confirmation from the region that they are not willing to have additional accesses brought onto Sodom Road for Mr. Beck's lands, and that is why we've had discussions that the access has to be either on your property or Chippewa East. The current proposal has a block that's a 0.3 meter reserve as well as a future development block. The current configuration will allow for future development if condition 7 is presented as it is drafted in the condition list. If this condition was removed, there would be nothing to ensure that Mr. Beck's land would have access to Street A and that the lands would be appropriately developed in the future. And for that reason, planning staff recommend to council that condition 7 be left as is.
Thank you, Ms. Hanna, and also Ms. Dolch would like to comment.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to the presenter. I just wanted to bring up a couple extra points. I know Julie's done a great job in addressing our concerns, but generally the concern right now is the application premature with this block sitting out there that would be left if it wasn't merged. That block would remain most likely in a weed state. We would have weeds and growth because it really isn't a developable parcel. There has been some discussion with staff, I know with yourself, indicating that perhaps we could modify the design to make sure it's a developable parcel should it not merge, but I understand that wasn't something you were willing to consider at this point in time. But those are our major concerns that we need to make sure that should this, if it doesn't merge, if that's your intent that it may not merge, then we need to make sure it's a developable block for the future. And our future plans are to make sure that we're not planning for today or tomorrow, we're planning for the future. And the block, Mr. Beck's block, is a crucial point and a crucial piece in this development. So we have, it may be zoned rural, it may require these approvals, but that's not to say that, one, it's in the urban area, there's servicing available, and there's roads that could service this site. So we do want to make sure we're doing the most efficient development possible. Thank you.
Mr. Warzeka, did you want to comment on the comments?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you. Polacorp completely agrees with staff in that the merging of the lands to the north and Block 25 is more than likely, or is the most efficient use of it, and is the ideal use of those lands. We have tried to negotiate between the current landowner and ourselves to figure out how we can do that now. However, negotiations have failed. All we're asking is that those negotiations remain effectively private and between the two landowners, rather than having the city or the municipality intercede and grant those lands effectively to Mr. Beck. Both DG Group and Polacorp have put forward substantial costs to create those lands as being developable, and quite frankly, I mean, to be frank, Mr. Beck would be piggybacking off of the investments that we've made into bringing servicing, bringing the roads and access, and making those lands available. All we're asking for is that we be in a position wherein we are not beholden to him to register and fully approve our subdivision. Rather, we can negotiate fairly between both parties to come to a mutual beneficial agreement.
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the presenter. So I think in that situation, obviously there are options for you should you wish to, and I understand you don't want to be tied to Mr. Beck, but the difficulty is that block remains and it remains insufficient for future development. So I don't know if perhaps your application is a bit premature at this time until you decide how that block can be appropriately developed if it doesn't merge to the north, or it's something, and we can consider that as an option and defer the application this evening for further discussions on that point, if that's helpful.
Mr. Marzeka?
If I may, through your worship. I mean, the fact of the matter is that future development parcels are created quite often, and they're fairly common. Our plan as it's presented does not prevent future development on those lands. Rather, it keeps that door open. If we were to redline our plan and develop on those lands, then the northern lands are closed off in perpetuity, effectively. And I mean, I think we're in agreement that that's not our ideal solution. However, it is a solution. In regards to what happens with the parcel going forward in the future or in the intervening time, Corp has been more than willing to enter an agreement with staff or with the city to guarantee maintenance of those lands. We've offered to partially landscape them and maintain them in perpetuity until such time that they are consolidated with either the lands to the north or an adjacent block or some other solution is made for them.
Mr. Dolch? We got to move the ball forward here.
Yeah, so and maybe I can offer a suggestion. Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of that block, it's just very narrow, and the future development potential, should it not merge to the lands to the north, are something of grave concern to the planning staff. I don't know, perhaps if you can reconsider this application, maybe defer it this evening to come back in August, and shift that road down to the south further to provide a developable block that could be developed should you not be able to work with the lands to the north.
Yeah, go ahead. You've got the floor, Mr.
I think that we would be happy to continue a conversation with staff and try to potentially come to a solution, provided we can be added to the agenda in August. In speaking with staff, there was some concern that the agenda is quite full at this point, and we may not be able to be added to it. If that were the case, this would be deferred for quite some time. My understanding is until December. That has a meaningful impact to us. So if that were the case, we would prefer to have a decision made today. But if we can be assured that we'll have a position on the August agenda, we would be happy to continue discussions with staff and come to some solution with Block 25, whether it's a revision to the plan or if it's a negotiation with the adjoining landowner.
Ms. Dolch, what are your thoughts on the agenda?
Through you to, thank you, Your Worship, through you to the presenter and to council. Obviously, we do have a large agenda for August, and I know staff's concerns and my concerns were how large the agenda is. The main concern, though, is how quickly they can turn around a revision, because we're preparing those reports now. They're due shortly, so I don't know if something could be redrawn in the next couple days. Then that's something we can consider for August 9th.
Is there a way of, and I'll leave it to planning staff, is there a way, so we've got two issues on the report, otherwise it seems like it's fairly acceptable. There's not a way to approve it subsequent to staff coming up with some kind of resolution? I'll let you chat with Ms. Hannah.
No.
Is it?
Well, you can't delegate that authority.
No.
It's crucial to the plan. You can't delegate.
Okay, Ms. Hannah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Matthew, what if planning staff included a condition that spoke to a red line revision to Block 25 to reposition Street A to create developable block for block 25, and at the same time, sufficient road access needs to be provided to the lands to the north. And so that would give you an opportunity for a future revision and approvals this evening.
To go back to
Should council approve,
my
of course.
comments in my presentation, but there is a concern with providing road access to the adjacent lands without due compensation. I mean, there are substantial investments that have been made to this in order to make those lands developable. So we do have concerns with guaranteeing those lands without fair compensation. As far as revising the plan, we have explored our options. There are some minor tweaks we could make to it to make a couple developable parcels out of block 25 without significant change to the plan. So we could be open to that. I mean, I'm never a major fan of going through and negotiating the wording of conditions on the fly like this, but frankly, if a revision to the condition could be made that guaranteed that we could go through fair negotiation in compensation for the lands and access to the northern parcel, then we would be open to a revision that facilitated that. Otherwise, we'll have concerns.
Well, why don't we do this then? Maybe staff can see if there's a way of doing this, because if not, we're going to have to defer this, and there's no guarantee it'll be in the August meeting. So it's a risk you're going to have to take. There won't be another meeting until after the election, so it'll be in November at best. So maybe we're just going to give staff just a moment to discuss if there's a way to do this. If not, we're just going to defer it, because we're not going to keep hitting this one back and forth. So we'll just take a moment. Right. Exactly.
We can approve it. Right.
I'll cut everything else back.
Okay, so we've got three options, and we're going to hear from Kira in just a moment. The first option is we're going to approve the staff recommendation. That's option one. Second option is what Ms. Dolch is about to offer, and the third option is we defer. So we're going to take one of those three in a few minutes. So Ms. Dolch.
Okay, thank you, Worship. And the second option would be that the developer revise the plan to make sure the block is developable and comes back and works with staff on how to make staff happy with regard to this issue and the access issue for the adjacent lands. So that's something we're willing to work with you on, and we'll commit to coming back on the August 9th meeting, but that's the option.
Okay, so it's back to you, Mr. Warzeka, and then we'll go from there.
If I may, there is a fourth option from our perspective, to be 100% frank with you. Regardless of the three decisions, there is the opportunity for us to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal based on the decision that's made today. And I mean, that's not the best option for anybody, but it is an option that we do have. Given that we are of the belief, and our solicitors of the belief, that this is an overreach for municipal staff and their powers to grant private land to another private individual for their benefit, we do have a fundamental problem with that. And frankly, because this would be holding up, the development of 100 units or so, we do believe that the tribunal would want to expedite this decision through likely a settlement of some sort, or subject to staff's agreement, of course. And if our option is to be going back to council by December instead of August, then there's a very good chance that we could get this through in the intervening time. So from my perspective, of the three options, we can go with number 2 and attempt to come up with a revised plan that satisfies staff. We can revise the wording to try to come up with a plan that satisfies staff. I think option 2 would be the preferred, as it gives the most guarantee that there's opportunity to work with staff to come to a solution.
Okay, that's good. I think that's a good decision. So, Council, you heard that Ms. Dolch, I know Councillor Pietrangelo, you were out of the room at the time. So Ms. Dolch has offered an amendment to this approval that we would bring to this recommendation, that we would bring it back at our August meeting. And why don't I, rather than I explain it, Ms. Dolch, maybe you explain it to council, and then someone will probably say, yeah, what you just said.
It's just deferral.
No, well, to the next meeting, but just for clarity.
Thank you, Worship. So yeah, it is a deferral to the next meeting, and what we'll do is we'll take it back, we'll work with the applicant to try to come up with a plan that'll work for especially that block as an alternative in the future, so that should it not be able to merge with the lands to the north, it can be developed and be an effective piece of land rather than a pice of land that will just remain in green space in perpetuity.
Yep. Okay, so that is what we've come up with. So,
question before we...
Oh yeah, absolutely. So first, I just want to make sure. So, Mr. Warzeka, do you have any other comment at this point? We've heard everything. Is there anything new?
Nothing new.
Thank you for that. Any questions for the applicant or for staff? Councillor Kerrio?
Comment or question?
Whichever.
Just so to be fair, I was prepared to vote on the staff recommendation as it was. So just to be clear.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, let me, 1 second here. 7-3. Yeah, I know, I'm just finding my proper sheet. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, so now at this point, my question, Mr. Clerk, do we close the public meeting?
Yes.
We do. Okay. So the public meeting with respect to the proposed draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. Direction of council. Councillor Kerrio?
Move deferral.
A motion for deferral to the next meeting for staff to meet. We'll bring it back. Seconded by Councillor Strange. If there's no further debate, discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. All right, thank you, sir, Mr. Warzeka and Ms. Hannah and Ms. Dolch, and hopefully we'll be able to be nice and smooth and efficient at the next meeting on this. Okay, Mr. Clerk, would you like to introduce the next item on the agenda?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit 183 stacked and 33 block townhouse units and a parkette on the northern portion, plus 76 stacked townhouse units on the southern portion at 5500 Marineland Parkway and lands to the north and adjacent to. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on June 10th, 2022, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting, or use the sign-in sheets located outside council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll now ask Ms. Hannah, our Planner 2, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed amendments.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, members of council and members of the public attending, I will be presenting the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application for a property known municipally as 5500 Marineland Parkway, and it's to permit 33 regular and 183 stacked townhouse units and a parkette on the northern portion, and 76 stacked townhouses, and to permit vacation rental units.
Mr. Mayor, I hate to interrupt.
Oh.
I believe this PowerPoint presentation is being shared through Zoom, which means Laura Lococo won't have the opportunity to see it, nor will the live streaming audience have to see it.
Okay,
So
so,
just give Chris a second here.
okay, sure.
That's okay.
Sorry about that. We'll ask you to start at the beginning, I think.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
At least it wasn't at the end.
All right, we're good. Go ahead.
Okay. So this afternoon, I'm presenting the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications for a property known as 5500 Marineland Parkway. And the proposal is to permit 33 regular and 183 stacked townhouse units in a parkette on the northern portion, and 76 stacked townhouses, and permit set vacation rental units on the southern portion. The property is outlined, and the two portions of the property are indicated. The surrounding land uses are dwellings of various types, as well as the golf course further into the interior of the site. The applications for the official plan amendment are to repeal Special Policy Area 54 to permit block townhouses, and to designate the area as a Class 4 area pursuant to the NPC 300 noise guidelines. The zoning bylaw amendment application is requesting for 2 site-specific residential low-density group multiple dwelling zones, and both portions of land would be requesting to add home occupations, and the southern portion requests to add vacation rental units. Both portions are to include the noise mitigation regulation. The site plan is before you on the slide. The block townhouse dwellings abut the Conrail Trail. Private parkette is in the center to the site, and stacked townhouse dwellings are on either side of Thundering Waters Boulevard. And the dwellings to the south of Thundering Waters Boulevard are what are proposed to be utilized potentially as vacation rental units should a license be granted. The perspectives of the building are on the slide before you now. We received several neighborhood comments both at the open house and in public comments. One of the concerns was traffic movement throughout the condominium lands. And the proposal from staff that we've had discussions with the developer is for Thundering Waters Boulevard to become a municipal right-of-way, and signage can be used to indicate the condominium lands. The second concern is the removal of the woodland. The treed area has been determined to not be a significant woodland. The developer has indicated to staff that they will retain trees where possible, and staff, through the draft plan of condominium and site plan process, will discuss further a tree compensation agreement. The third concern was destruction of wildlife habitat, and the EIS that was approved by the Region and Conservation Authority indicates that it does not provide habitat for significant or species of conservation concern. The fourth is the overdevelopment of the land, and we note that the height and density is below the permitted that is allowed in this area. And the last concern raised are vacation rental units are not an appropriate use. Vacation rental units are only proposed on the tourist commercial designated land, and within this designation, vacation rental units are already a permitted use. In regards to the policy overview, the applications are consistent and conform to the Planning Act, provincial, regional, and city policies. We are supportive of this proposal, subject to Council's approval of the Class 4 area designation under NPC 300 and a holding provision to implement the noise mitigation measures. There's several items identified for the northern portion for zoning relief. I won't go through all the various regulations other than to state that the details are in our staff report, and staff support the regulations. And again, several are requested on the southern portion, and again, the details are in our staff report. So staff's recommendation is that council approve the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application subject to the recommendations contained within staff report BBD 2022-051. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanna. Do we have any questions for our planner? Okay, looks like we're good.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you. I do have one question, a couple of questions through the mayor to Ms. Hanna. Regarding the city taking over the municipal road, I did speak with Mr. Nickel about what the cost was for the road, and he gave me some figures. I just want to confirm, is the developer paying for the cost to get the road up to standard? So they're going to pay for the brand new road, paving it, curbs, sidewalks, they're paying for it as of the time that it would be transferred over to the city, and then the city will take it over? Or does the city have to pay these costs that Mr. Nickel gave me for the paving? It was $290,000, which would last 75 years, and the sidewalk would be $100,000. Is that covered by the developer first to those standards, and then the city doesn't have to do anything for 75 years other than maintain the road? Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the discussion that city staff have had with the applicant is that the road would need to be brought up to municipal standards prior to the city assuming the roadway. Currently, the road is under a site plan agreement, and there are deficiencies with that have been identified by city staff. So irrespective of whether it becomes a municipal road or not, there is work and improvements that would need to be done to the road to be in compliance with the site plan agreement. This would be a similar situation as a draft plan, a subdivision, where the developer is responsible for all the costs prior to assumption. And then after assumption, the municipality would be responsible for all improvements that occur to the road or are needed in maintenance costs past that point.
Okay, thank you. And through the mayor, again to you, Ms. Hanna. There was on page 12, it talked about residents work from home. I did speak with Ms. Dolch about this. The developer asked for this to be included. This is something new that I haven't seen on development, and with the pandemic, people working from home. What are the benefits of putting that in the proposal? Why would you put it in? Why wouldn't you put it in? What are the benefits to the developer of putting it in?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our city zoning bylaw specifies that home occupations are only permitted in detached, semi-detached units. And so to permit a home occupation with the regulations as outlined in the zoning bylaw would require that the dwellings be permitted to have a home occupation. So that would be being able to have signage and to have parking needs being met on the property. We recognize with the pandemic that many people obviously worked at home, including all of the city staff. So it's really formalizing the process and allowing for additional home occupations that are permitted in the zoning bylaw to take place within this development.
Okay, thank you. My next question is regarding the VRUs. I guess from the perspective of us approving VRUs, we're now allowing them in the city under commercial, tourist commercial, general commercial, that sort of thing. And the south portion of this is tourist commercial. In my thoughts on this, it's the first time that we're saying we're building brand new VRUs that could be used for VRUs instead of just allowing them in something that's already built. So to me, this is something a little bit new. And one of the issues that I have is that it's talking about sharing some of the parking on the residential side. The reason why I have an issue with that is now you have the tourist commercial VRUs. The guests can be leaving the tourist commercial and go over to the other side about the residential parking, and now you have commercial activities in the residential, and that's where a lot of our residents are saying they don't want the VRUs, and now we've just sort of allowed them to share the parking. Do you have any comments on that?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor. As you mentioned, the vacation rental units are permitted use in the tourist commercial designation. So city planning staff have had multiple inquiries for similar developments. In terms of the shared parking, this will be a shared condominium between the two parcels. And so potential purchasers will know of the existing permissions on both parcels and the shared parking facilities. We do have, in other situations, and of course this is namely speaking to the hotel uses throughout the city where there are off-site parking lots permitted. So it is a similar situation, and because it will be under the same ownership, planning staff did not have any concerns with the shared parking proposed between the two parcels.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the last one are more comments and not questions. I'm going to talk about trees again. I know everybody's sick of hearing about trees, but to me, when a person is purchasing a piece of property, they've already cut down the trees, then they've come to the city and put in the application. I know it's nothing that planning staff can do right now or city council can do right now, but I think we really need to work towards changing this, that we have more say at the beginning when the trees are removed, because there was a whole section of trees that got removed. Then the application came, and now we're saying that it's not a big enough wood lot to protect. We're also saying that there are opportunities for tree preservation, could be considered. These are very loose words, could be considered. It's not a tree preservation plan to me when there's 726 trees and 675 of them are removed. I know that we can't do anything, but we really need to work towards doing something to put new practices in place, because the trees have been removed without any consultation, any guidance. I know we can't do anything about it now, but that's what I'd like to move towards. I think that was all that I had. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? We've got Councillor Kerrio and Peter Angelo.
I have a question based on one of the councillor's questions. So is she suggesting that that was a wood lot and it was cut prior to this? And can you, was it a wood lot, a significant wood lot, and was cut before it came to us?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, their property has always been designated for the last 15 years as EPA, Environmental Protection Area, because of the wooded area. Regional staff reviewed the EIS based on its current size, and they also looked at the previous extent of the woodlot. Regardless of the amount of trees that were removed, regional staff were of the opinion that it didn't meet the criteria of a significant woodlot. That being said, the region and the city staff appreciate the value of the woodlot and the age and extent of the woodlot, and that's why there's the proposal within the report to do the tree compensation at a 2.2 to 1 ratio for those trees that cannot be retained or replanted on site.
Well, I appreciate your answer, but it's just a bit different if we're accusing someone of cutting a significant woodlot, which, you know, I just don't want to accuse someone of cutting a significant woodlot, which is not what you're saying happened.
A portion of the trees were removed, and the regional staff did investigate. I wasn't party to the discussions that took place, so I can't speak to it. Right. But the regional staff indicated that it is not meeting the definition of a significant woodlot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Angelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just a question to staff, either to planning staff or even to Mr. Nickel. There's a couple of letters in there in the package, one from Salit Steel, one from Washington Mills. They talk about both those facilities being a Class 3 facility that fall under the D6 guidelines. I'm just wondering typically what is it the MOE, CP, what their guidelines state should be the setback from sensitive uses to Class 3 facilities. So
yeah, I don't know who would like to deal with that. Okay, Ms. Ann?
I don't have the specific number in front of me, but the distance was considered in terms of the development and analyzed, and the setback is sufficient. In terms of the need to go to the Class 4, it is because when both facilities are operating at the same time, they are slightly over the Class 1 levels that could be received by the residential development. And the provincial government just recently introduced the Class 4 to address areas such as this, which are designated for residential purposes and are considered infill. And in those situations, if council approves a class 4 designation, it will allow for greater noise levels to be received by the new residents in this area. There are requirements in place for noise warning clauses within the agreements. There's clauses that have to be in the zoning bylaw. The standard conditions regarding window upgrades, air conditioning, fencing are all requirements. In addition, the industries are responsible for maintaining their approvals under the ministry for their approved noise limits. So in terms of noise, which is the greatest concern in this development, if council approves the class 4 designation, all noise concerns will be appropriately mitigated.
Do we know what the actual setback is from a class 3 facility?
1,000? It's okay. I wanted to make sure. I had 1,000 in my head, but I wasn't sure. So it's 1,000 meters from a class 3.
So I guess both of those facilities then would be quite a lot closer than 1,000 meters. I think Salad's deal is less than 200 meters, and Washington Mills is about 300 meters away. So it's quite a bit closer, Your Worship.
It is.
And so that's where the studies reviewed D6 and noise, air, and the studies have concluded that the proposed development can go forward with the mitigation in place.
Anything else, Councillor Birage? No. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Lococo? Yep. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to go back to what Councillor Kerrio suggested. There's different definitions. There's woodlot definitions, woodland, provincially significant, wetlands, there's EPA. My point was there was a bunch of trees there. There were a bunch of trees there earlier. The trees got cut down, then the application came in. So the end result is there were trees removed prior, and there will be trees removed during this development. No matter what you call them, woodlot, if there's a definition or not, the trees have been removed. So that was my point. I didn't want to accuse anyone of removing a specific type of woodlot, woodland. I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, if there's no further questions or comments, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone other than the applicant who wishes to address council?
Yes, we do, Your Worship. We do have some online, but I think I'll just go according to the list that I had. And I know that Mr. Joe Morozic is here present. And I think we should start with those that are here in the chambers. We'll start with them first before moving on to those that are registered virtually. And just a reminder, if any residents speaking, both present or virtual, if they could state their name and name and address for the record.
Thank you for that, Mr. Clerk. So, Mr. Morozic, yeah, if you want to convert. Is there anyone else here in the gallery who wishes to speak other than the applicant? No? Okay, so the mic is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Joe Morozic. I live at 7690 Green Vista Gate, which is part of the Thundering Waters vacant land condominium that's located to the southwest of the property off of the private road known as Thundering Waters Boulevard. I'm here with my wife and I believe a number of residents who are on the Zoom call to speak about the planning application AM 2020 018, which is 5500 Marineland Parkway. After reading the various studies along with the planning justification report, I have some concerns with the rationale that were used to justify this development and the conclusions reached by some of the consultants. I'm fully aware of what the existing zoning and official plan permit on parts of the property. I have no concern with the types of units that are proposed in this application. In fact, I live in in a standard townhouse dwelling unit. The applicant is proposing to develop the property for 33 standard townhouses and 259 stacked townhouses. I'm not aware of any stacked townhouse developments that have been built in Niagara Falls. I'm presuming this being one of the first projects of this type, I think it should be an attractive development with good urban design elements and pleasing architectural features. The site sketch and perspectives that were included in the public notice and application material do not appear to achieve that. Most of the stacked townhouses are a series of buildings separated by paved areas between them and frontage on two roads, either a municipal road or the driveway to parking areas. To break up the hard surfaces, they're providing these thin ribbons of grass at the front and rear of the units. This is particularly true of the south block with the thin strips of grass along the parking lots and abutting the buildings. This configuration provides minimal outdoor amenity space for future residents. Even though underground parking is being proposed, a significant portion of the area appears to be used for hard surfaces such as buildings, driveways, and parking areas. The percentage numbers for the various hard surface, the coverage percentage numbers for the various hard surfaces are quite deceiving in that they give the impression that there's a lot of open space available, but in terms of usability, it's not really that usable. The perspective that was attached to the public notice also shows the stacked townhouses along Thundering Waters Boulevard. To me, it's quite unattractive. It kind of looks like an urban canyon with buildings on both sides of the streets, hugging the street, with ribbons of grass and stairs from the units leading directly onto the municipal sidewalk. Very little space is provided for the planting of any substantial boulevard trees. If approved, it is likely that during the winter months when snow is removed from the municipal roadway, the sidewalks will become the storage areas for the snow. This will present a problem for the residents of the units as well as the municipality, resulting from all of the snow dumped on the curb face sidewalks, and I'm sure councillors will get their share of angry residents expressing concerns about the the snow all over their sidewalks. Traffic study includes traffic generated from an existing development, the Upper Vista condominium, and other potential developments as part of the analysis. However, the consultant seems to have completely ignored the existing residential Thundering Waters vacant land condominium, as well as the existing golf course in the generation of vehicular traffic. The report indicates that there will be no cut-through traffic coming through the Thundering Waters vacant land condominium. I'm just wondering how we can be assured of this. All the roads in our development are private roads, and I'm sure that when the Oldfield subdivision to the west of our condominium was reviewed, their traffic consultant also probably indicated that there would be no cut-through traffic from that development that would come through our condominium. Unfortunately, for our condominium, that's not the case. Vehicles regularly drive through our condominium along Lions Head as a shortcut to the Fallsview Tourist Commercial District. We've also had to install traffic calming devices to slow that traffic down, as well as traffic with residents within our development that speed along the private roads. The environmental impact statement prepared by Covell, along with the planning report, talk about the fact that the woodlot on the property is below 2 hectares and therefore not considered a significant woodlot. At 1.92 hectares, it is of no concern according to the environmental and planning consultants. The environmental planning consultant had been prepared several years back before the current owner had a portion of the woodlot cut down illegally on a weekend. Then the environmental report may have been different. If you look at the pictures included in the planning report, they show some of the areas where the illegal tree cutting was done. The area where the trees were removed probably surpasses the 0.08 hectares needed to be classified as a significant wetland. I vividly recall when the chainsaw crew showed up on the weekend and started cutting trees. I asked them, what was going on, and they said, well, the owner asked us to cut trees. For what reason? They didn't know. They just started cutting trees. It's not right to reward someone for illegally cutting down trees on their property that did not need to be removed, other than to possibly justify or benefit the developer by falling into a different category. Both the environmental and planning reports stress the fact that a large 0.2 hectare area of trees will be retained on the lot. Under the original proposal, no trees would have been preserved due to the grading and the installation of a large stormwater management system in the parkette where the trees were supposed to be saved. However, since the open house in March of 2021, a tree preservation plan was submitted indicating that the trees would be protected in the parkette, and then the rest of the area would be completely stripped of all plant material. However, if you read the tree preservation plan, the consultant qualifies his report with a few caveats. Prior to the construction of the trees to be preserved, the trees to be preserved will be marked, and a fencing will be placed around the areas to protect the trees, which is a good practice. Following the completion of the construction, the consultant has also recommended that the trees be monitored for a period of 3 years to determine whether there's trees need to be cut down as a result of damage that's taking place. The report has also indicated that there is a vernal pool located in the parkette area as well as fill material. In order to have a usable parkette, the grading will have to take place, including filling in the vernal pool, removing the fill material, and machinery is going to have to go in. This may have a negative impact on the roots of the protected trees. Furthermore, the trees that are currently protected the trees that currently protect the trees around the proposed parkette that will be removed will result in the remaining trees being subject to the elements and may be blown down and have to be removed. So in other words, the trees proposed for protection in the parkette are basically subject to death by 1,000 cuts. The environmental report also mentions that they were unable to find any reptiles or amphibians on the property, even though that there are vernal pools present on the site. This seems odd to me because I live beside the Conrail drain, and I, as well as my neighbors, have reptiles and amphibians in our yards. We have no vernal pools. In addition, some of the areas of standing water on one of the fairways of the Thundering Waters golf course has reptiles and amphibians that breed in the standing water. Was something missed, or is this 3.86 hectare parcel somehow unique from other areas that there is no habitat for reptiles and amphibians? Other than illegal tree cutting for this area has been undisturbed for several years and it continues to regenerate. How is it possible that a sizable woodlot with several vernal ponds and located beside the Conrail drain that's been regenerating is devoid of any of these reptiles or amphibians? The environmental report also states there's no connectivity between this woodlot and other areas. The woodlot is connected through the regenerated area along the Conrail drain to the environmental conservation area behind Lion's Head. This environmental conservation area was zoned by the city when the Thundering Waters vacant land condominium was approved. The planning report also provides a fulsome analysis of the provincial, regional, and city policies that are supportive of the application, but seems to gloss over policies dealing with the conservation of biodiversity, reducing the impact on climate change, minimizing negative impact on air quality, and good design. The eradication of a significant portion of this woodlot does nothing to conserve biodiversity or reduce the impact on climate change or minimize the impact on air quality. Even though the tree preservation report with its caveats was prepared prior to any detailed grading for this development, I fear that everything will disappear because of the proposed density and the design that is approved for this development. The reports also refer to the protection of natural features on abutting properties, as well as the restoration of any natural features that are disturbed. It is great for the consultant to say this in the reports. However, in reality, once the development is completed and the consultants have left the scene, it ends up being up to the adjacent property owner to go after the developer to fight to get their property restored. Negative impacts such as adverse drainage issues become a problem, as well as restoration. How is this developer going to address this issue and ensure that their commitment to make this happen? The application is proposing to leave the tourist commercial official plan designation on the property. I feel that this is inappropriate given that the residential designation on the north part of the property and in the surrounding areas. The tourist commercial designation is an isolated pocket that's left over from the grand plans of the Thundering Waters golf course development that probably should have been changed a number of years back. Neither the tourist commercial designation nor the tourist commercial zoning is necessary to conduct home occupations, as they are permitted in a residential official plan designation or in a residential zone. The only reason to keep the tourist commercial designation is to justify the 75 vacant vacation rental units on the south part. This just increases the owner's opportunity to market the project. There's no benefit to the existing community, only potential problems for the future. The developer is proposing a residential development, and the planning consultant refers to the residential policies in the provincial, regional, and city planning documents to support their application. This is a residential neighborhood and not an area for entrepreneurs to go in and buy up multiple units and rent them out as vacation rentals. This will result in conflicts for people who in good faith purchase their properties in a quiet residential development and have the negative impacts of vacation rentals in their community. In their community. In our neighborhood, we have had problems with vacation rentals, even though they're not permitted by our condominium bylaws as well as the city bylaws. The approval list will probably encourage owners in our development to put in more illegal vacation rentals. Once they're in, it becomes exceedingly difficult and costly to remove them. This is a completely inappropriate location for this cluster of vacation rentals. The planning justification report states that according to the AirDNA website, there's over 1,100 vacation rentals in Niagara Falls. As well as the existing vacations, there's probably the potential for over 1,000 additional vacation rentals in proposed new developments in the Fallsview Tourist Commercial District. The planning report has not shown a need for the additional vacation rentals in this development. Council approves the vacation rentals on the south part, it will also put undue pressure on the north part. It will create a disparity between the two separate condominiums. Also, the north part is required to provide parking for the vacation rentals, and the condominium board on the north side will receive nothing but grief from the residents who will want the same as the south part condominium. On paper, this is a good marketing proposal for the developer to maximize the return on investment. Problem is, this mixed-use type development is that nobody cares about the problems that are left for the condominium boards that live there and have to try and to resolve the lack of forethought when decisions were made. In this case, you'll have vacation rentals on the south condominium, and the north condominium gets to provide the parking for the other property. In addition, the garbage storage for both condominiums is on the southern parcel. So now you have the residents in 216 units on the north parcel that will have to cross the new municipal road to drop their garbage off on another condominium's property. Is this good planning? I guess it just puts more eyes on the street. The northern condominium will also have the benefit of providing outdoor recreation space in the form of parquet for the vacation rentals. Where else in the city does this happen? Only more problems for the residents and the condominium boards to try and arrive at some solution to problems that were created for them. How are condominium fees adjusted for this? It's not an issue for the city because it will become a private development, not their concern. The developer has left, made his money, consultants collected their fees. Everyone washes their hands of the project, including the city, because it becomes a private property owner issue. If this developer feels that there's no market for these townhouses without vacation rentals, then maybe they should not be developing this property. I think the development as proposed is an overdevelopment of the site and not in the best interest of the city or its residents. Council does not approve the request to permit the south part to have 76 vacation rentals, then the need for 39 extra parking spaces on the north part can be turned into additional landscaped area and also provide their own garbage storage area. Both condominiums would operate independently of each other, and the pressure for vacation rentals on the north part would not be there. The only shared facility would be the parkette. In addition, the south part may not need as many parking spaces, thereby providing the opportunity for some additional landscaped areas on their site. I've previously provided comments and questions to city staff and members of council about the lack of maintenance on Thundering Waters Boulevard, which is a private road owned by 3 parties, and nobody wants to do anything other than to make money off the residents who bought in the Thundering Waters vacant land condominium. It's truly an unfortunate situation that hopefully will not be repeated. The good news is that at least part of the road will be maintained. Whether it would have been by a single condominium if it were to stay as a private road as was indicated in the initial proposal, or as a municipal road under the current proposal. Staff will have to determine how the terminus of the road will be built, where it stops at the hydro corridor, to provide a turnaround for city snowplows in the winter and all other vehicles that are not allowed on the private road. It's my understanding that at some future date, the city may work with the other owner of Thundering Waters Boulevard to make it a public road. This would resolve the maintenance of the remaining piece of this problematic road. Generally, I do not have an issue with this solution. However, by making it a private road, I'm concerned with the potential cut through public traffic from Drummond Road and the Oldfield subdivision along Lions Head, a private condominium road, to the new public street and to the tourist area to the north. City staff need to address how this can be managed now at the planning stages rather than later. In addition, the turnaround would have to be relocated to John Daly Way, which is another private condominium road, when the road is further extended as a public road. Again, the issue of cut-through traffic using private roads it becomes an issue. My other concern is with the extension of the public road. My other concern with the extension of the public road to John Daly Way is the potential for eventually extending Thundering Waters Boulevard through some future extension of Drummond Road. I would vehemently object to this, as it provides no real purpose other than to provide some connectivity to Drummond Road through the Thundering Waters Golf Course. There's no potential development that could take place along a major portion of this road extension because of the CP rail line located on one side and the Conrail drain on the other side. It's more than 5 kilometers in length through an area that has no development potential. In addition, it would remove a significant wildlife corridor that has been regenerating successfully. The variety of birds and insects, including fireflies, has increased significantly in the 9 years that my wife and I have lived there. What is the cost to the taxpayers for this section of the road? I had, in terms of home occupations, it came up during the presentation, and it brought to my mind that, I mean, home occupations and people working from their houses really doesn't present a problem. However, home occupations in a condominium where signs are put up, and if people are starting to come in to visit the home occupation, that starts to provide a problem for the condominium board to try and resolve those issues. So, you know, it's more than just what's before you. You've got to think about, you know, the people that live there and the problems that the condominium boards have to go through in terms of trying to administer the decisions that are made by council. In terms of the other point that came up was noise. I read the noise report, and absolutely. I mean, all of the issues can be addressed through the recommendations prepared in the noise consultant's report. However, that was done in our development, and I'm sure Salit Steel got complaints from our development, because I heard, talked to our residents, and they complain about the noise. I mean, there's noise that takes place when you're outside and you're out in the outdoor recreation areas. I mean, I live there. It doesn't bother me, but there are others that don't, where it does bother them. And also, people have a habit of sleep, when they're sleeping at night, regardless of, the features you built into the house, they open their windows, they hear the train that goes by on the railroad tracks at night, they complain about that. I mean, you're not going to get rid of the complaints, even though that, you've met all of the guidelines. So thank you for providing me the opportunity to express my comments, questions, and concerns.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions of Councillor Strange for Mr. Mrozek?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mrozek.
Microphone, please, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that was definitely did your homework, Mr. Mrozek.
Well, I spent a lot of time reading the material,
yeah,
so it's
no, that's
it's there to be read, right? So
100%, 100%. And I can confirm with you when I drive through Green Vista, and you can almost see where some of them are doing the illegal nightly rentals, because the lawn's not cut. There's usually lock boxes on the doors, and there's no real estate signs, so it's not for sale.
And the garbage bag is sitting there for 2 weeks.
Exactly.
So then you got to call. Then you have to call. The region about the garbage that's been sitting out for 2 weeks.
No,
these absentee owners just they don't care. They don't care as long as they're getting paid.
Well, I agree with you. And we do have a big problem with that in our city, and Bylaw is trying to help, obviously, but there is a big problem in the city. The one concern, if you can repeat, you were saying you walked over there and you saw some guy cut, and the owner said, "Oh, we're just here to cut." Do you remember the timeline of that? What date that was, or do you remember?
It was a couple years back. I'd probably be in the subdivision, probably maybe 2 or 3 years. And one of the neighbors from down the street comes down. Have you heard about they're cutting down trees in the woodlot? So I drove up. Sure enough, there's a crew out there. The chainsaws are going. The trees are coming down, and I stopped.
Would you estimate how many trees you think were cut down?
It's shown on some of the photographs included in the report, but in terms of doing a count, I didn't go out and do a count. I mean, I kind of looked at the air photos on the Niagara Navigator site, and it kind of looked like it's probably about. I mean, the difference is what, 8,600 square feet. So it looked like it could be close. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Mrozek? Okay, we're good. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
We've got some more online, Mr. Clerk, who wish to address council.
Yes, Your Worship. I believe the next would be Jason Sykes. Is online.
Mr. Sykes, are you online?
I am online. I'd be happy to share my camera if it's made available, but there's no need, I guess, if you just want to listen to my voice as a sort of detached, echoing.
Yeah, go right ahead.
So,
now, Mr. Sykes, we do ask state your address, if you could, and
sure.
And also we ask everyone to keep their comments to 5 minutes. We gave extra time to Mr. Mrozek, and we ask that you not repeat what's already been said. If you could add new things that haven't been covered.
Okay, that's a bit of a challenge, but I'll do my best. Some of my concerns do overlap Mr. Mrozek's. So first and foremost, my name is Jason Sykes. I live at 5729 Deerbrook Street here in Niagara Falls. I do back on to the lots, particularly the more southern lot, 5500 Marineland Parkway. the lot that is designated environmental conservation area. One of my biggest concerns is with the environmental impact study that has been done. I think it's garbage. First and foremost, the size of the lot, as was raised by Mr. Mrozek, I think is listed as 1.92 hectares. And again, we have had tree removal on that lot already. On top of that, I mean, saying something is significant at 2 hectares and something is insignificant at 1.92 hectares, I think is a little ridiculous. I think we need to look at more contextual features, more realities of how that lot is or is not significant to the surrounding communities and area. And when we look at the neighborhood in question, basically, we have developments that are proposed and zones that have been supplied on all the other tree lots in the area. This is the only remaining tree lot in existence. We've had everything else basically has been clear cut over the last year or so. And these aren't just small trees. I think this was sort of intimated at earlier. These trees are 150 feet tall. They are massive. This is like old growth forest on this lot. And again, it is roughly 2 hectares. There are literally thousands of birds, a ton of wildlife that lives and goes in and out of that lot on a daily basis. I read in the report that there is no connectivity to any other areas of sort of wildlife and habitat. That is a bald-faced lie. I raised this at previous meetings. I have video if you'd like me to submit. That wooded lot is frequented by both coyotes and deer that run along the sort of north-facing, there's hydro lines that connect behind the Scotia Bank Center. And they sort of run to the south and then west up the hydro lines and that protected area. Literally dozens of coyotes at a time. Often you can hear them behind the house. I videoed them when they've crossed the waterway and made their way behind my fence. So absolutely that area is used as a connective sort of pathway by many forms of wildlife to other areas that are protected. And I think there is a larger issue simply with the environmental conservation designation. When I look at the Niagara region, the Niagara Falls development map, there is a ton of land to develop still. Land that you've already zoned for residential, particularly to the southwest of this. There is a parcel to the north of the parcel that is designated environmental conservation area. Why are we picking the environmental conservation area to develop on? Why? I think there's a better question also. Why was that designated environmental conservation to begin with? There's clearly a reason why it's there. I think it serves an important function to the surrounding area. You're talking about the loss of a whole bunch of wildlife that is important to our ecosystem, birds, rodents, etc. And I think it should be preserved. Build on the north lot, I mean, that's what it's zoned for, great. I think there's also the question for people who moved into this area, particularly along Deerbrook, but in this sort of whole cul-de-sac that receive that sort of wildlife, that enjoy that treed area. This area was zoned by council as environmentally protected, environmental conservation area. That was a consideration for us when we moved into this house 8 years ago. We were willing to pay extra for our house for the fact that it was beside environmental conservation area. And now the potential is there that instead when I look at my backyard, I will just see a literal brick or little wall, a 40-foot high wall of brick. Because when we look at what the proposal is, that's what that entire corridor will be, one giant wall of brick. I think the development as proposed, as Mr. Rook sort of pointed out, tries to cram way too much on what parcels of land there is. Not only are they asking you to remove environmental conservation designation for an area, but then they're asking you to look the other way on a whole bunch of other regulations about lot size and backyard size and offset size and parking size, so they can cram every single possible piece of building and concrete in there that they can, so they can make more money. The proposed tree protection plan, again, we all know looking at this, that's not going to happen. Every tree will be cut down. These are massive, massive trees. And while it's wonderful for the suggestion to be that there will be offsets, that you'll plant 2-3 trees for every tree you cut down on this lot somewhere else, that does nothing for that lot. It does nothing for anyone in the existing community. It's an afterthought. The other issues I have with this include, I had the same concerns with snow removal, the private roads. I mean, Lions Gates, I'm sorry to the residents there. I will tell you that myself and other people, even in our neighborhood, often use that because McLeod Road is I think the technical term is crap zone some days. It can literally take, I think I've timed it at 13 minutes to reach the QEW, which is 2.5 kilometers from the house up McLeod. It is simply a far too overused road. And while I know the parking study suggested that there will be no significant impact from this development, I'd like to point out that every development says that, because as long as you make these developments in small enough parcels, they don't make a significant impact, quote unquote. But when you add them all up, there is in fact a significant impact. There are also serious developments happening along Stanley, and the only routes to get to those developments will be through either McLeod Road or through Thoroldstone / the 420. Again, greatly increasing traffic on McLeod, making it even more uninhabitable for us. And I also have some privacy issues. Again, I would disagree with the decision, but if you are to allow this development to take place, the units which back on to the ravine lot, because of the construction, are raised, and thus, if you allow them to build decks, etc., off their main floor, these will be raised up and will end up sort of peering into our backyards, which again, not the greatest thing for privacy. Councillor Iannone, I really appreciated your comments about how you should have some foresight, how we should think about protecting trees, etc., before these developments take place. And I'd like to point out that this development has not taken place, that those trees are still there. The environmental protected area has not been destroyed yet. So you still do have that opportunity. Simply deny this application. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Do we have any questions? Yes, I've got Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know Councillor Strange just asked when those trees were cut down. I just looked at my email. I had a resident contact me on April the 18th, 2020, concerned that the trees were being cut down. So that gives you an idea of the time.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Okay, Mr. Clerk, who do we have next on our list?
Your Worship, the next resident that registered to speak is Janice Lowe.
Ms. Lowe, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, welcome to the meeting. If you could...
Thank you very much.
Please state your address, and if you would, we're asking everyone to try to keep their comments to 5 minutes, and just to try not to repeat what's already been said, and the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you very much. I live at 7625 Green Vista Gate on the Thundering Waters condominium. I appreciate the previous two speakers on our behalf. I believe that I was probably the person who contacted Ms. Lococo regarding the tree removal, because I was riding my bike or walking there on 2 occasions. One, they had just clear cut all the way along Thundering Waters Boulevard, and then just after that, they came and they were removing trees parallel to McLeod Road, and I had no idea why they were coming down. So thank you, Lori, for registering that date. Just regarding the wildlife in the woodlot, I have been rescuing turtles who have been going across Thundering Waters, and had a little trouble getting up the curb. So there are definitely reptiles and amphibians along there. The other thing that, in terms of climate change and the woodlot, I'm an avid cyclist, and when I ride, that is the one section of my entire ride between our development and Chippewa where the temperature drops because of the significant tree lot there. So, you know, it is acting as a cooling feature for our neighborhood. It is going to be heartbreaking to see the old growth cut down. Other than that, I think I would probably be redundant in terms of my comments regarding the development, the garbage, the vacation rentals, which we have had to deal with in our own condominium development. And but I just want the councillors to really think hard about the density and the vacation rentals and the removal of the trees. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lowe. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other speakers?
Yes, one more member of the public, we'll call it. It's Mr. Patrick Maloney, and I believe he is speaking on behalf of Washington Mills.
Okay, Mr. Maloney, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Welcome to the meeting.
Okay, thank you. If I can ask the clerk, Mr. Sandro Borghese was also to attend. I know he's sitting in the Zoom, should be sitting in the waiting room as well. We're going to do a joint presentation, and it will be relatively quick.
Can we see if he's there?
Yep, he's there. If you can hear me, I'm here as well.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, is that you, Mr. Borghese?
It's me.
Okay, great. Okay, welcome to the meeting so we can hear both of you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council and city staff. So my name is Patrick Maloney, I'm a partner with Sullivan Eddy. Our address is 4781 Portage Road in Niagara Falls. I will speak briefly, but then turn the floor over to Sandro to provide you some direct commentary from Washington Mills and the concerns on how residential development can impact its operation. Now, we wish to be upfront with council that we were engaged by the applicants early in the process and prior to any applications being filed. We worked with the applicant, its planning and noise consultants, to determine what would be necessary if residential development was permitted on this site, which is in close proximity to the heavy industrial user that is Washington Mills. And we are a class 3 industrial facility. To answer Councillor Peter Angelo's, there's a 1,000-meter area of influence, and then there's a 300-meter setback included within the guidelines. So with our discussions with the applicants, we focused on the question of what mitigation measures could be included in this development if it was approved that would address the noise and vibration coming from the Washington Mills use, and to minimize as much as possible complaints that would come from the residents. We did come to an agreement where the development will include, or is proposed to include, certain features, including upgraded construction requirements, including building material, windows, AC units, noise warning clauses, an agreement under the Industrial Mining Lands Compensation Act, which provides a defense to any noise complaints and compensation, visual screens, those type of things. Now, some of those are the devil is in the details and will be included within the condominium agreement, which isn't before council tonight. But for the applications for rezoning and official plan amendment that is before you this evening, we are asking that the subject lands be designated as a class 4 area under the MPC 300 guidelines, which allows a slightly elevated noise level. We would also require or ask that the holding provision be included that would only be lifted once those the details are included in the condo agreement and therefore incorporated into the development. So on the condition that these features are incorporated into the development through that designation of a class 4 area and that holding provision, which is what is being proposed by staff, Washington Mills does not object to the rezoning and official plan amendment for the subject lands. So I will turn it over to Sandro at this time.
Okay, Mr. Borghese.
Thank you, Patrick. Good afternoon, Your Worship, and members of council and city staff. Thanks for allowing me to speak today. My name is Sandro Borghese, and I'm Vice President of Washington Mills. We're located at 7780 Stanley Avenue, just south of the Marina Homes development. First, and I promise to be less than 5 minutes, and not redundant. First, I'd like to tell you a little bit about our company. We're privately owned by the Williams family for over 150 years, and we have 8 manufacturing plants in 4 countries. We employ 550 people, with 135 being in Niagara Falls. And we spend many millions each year supporting local contractors and suppliers. We're a heavy industrial plant and the largest manufacturer of abrasive grain and fused minerals in North America, with Washington Mills having the largest fused minerals electric arc furnace in the world. Our core business is supplying ceramic, abrasives, and refractory material used for products such as sandpaper, grinding wheels, anti-skid floor, artificial joints, beauty products, refractory for steel furnaces, grip blasting, and many, many more. With today's uncertainty in the supply chain and today's geopolitical climate, our domestic customer base has grown rapidly. And we're investing capital to meet the renewed interest in our products. So we're happy that we're happy about the outlook of the future. It looks bright as far as from a business perspective, but we're finding it increasingly difficult to operate with all these new residential developments popping up in traditionally industrial zones. Up until a few years ago, Washington Mills was mostly surrounded by industrial and commercial sites. Then came Thundering Waters residential development. Somehow we didn't receive notice of the new development and only became aware of it when we received our first noise complaint. The resident filed a complaint with the MOE, and we were ordered to undertake noise mitigation measures. Although we've been in that area for over 100 years before this homeowner, it was our responsibility to reduce the noise. And even though the homeowner signed a noise warning clause, registered untitled, didn't matter. The MOE put it on us to put in noise mitigation measures. To date, we spent over $200,000 on consultants and mitigation measures, and we're still not below the threshold. It's important to understand that we are a heavy industrial plant, which is very similar to a steel plant, and will continue to make noise with our 6 electric arc furnaces and the crushing equipment. We can only do so much to abate the noise. I have no idea how much more we have to spend and whether we can ever meet the noise limit. We also have manufacturing facilities in Niagara Falls and Tonawanda. If the residential situation here worsens or we can't get below that noise threshold, future expansion may end up going south of the border instead of our city. Unlike Niagara Falls, these sites are free of these residential issues. As for the applicant before you, Marina Homes development is farther from our plant than the first Thundering Waters development. However, it's still concerned, but we felt that development would be approved regardless of our opposition. So we chose to work with them on getting some upgraded construction features, which will help dampen the noise coming from our facility. In exchange for these conditions, we agreed not to object to the development. We don't necessarily support it, but will not oppose it. The main reason why I chose to speak today is because there are other applications in developments now, which are much closer than Marina Homes. I want to go on record that we're opposed to any further residential development near our plant. Residential and heavy industrial sites are not compatible. In the end, both the homeowner and the plant are left dealing with the conflict, and the developer is happy and on his way to the next project. Washington Mills has survived many decades in the most extreme economic periods for worldwide competition, but I'm nervous about our future if we continue to approve these projects. I respectfully ask you to freeze any future developments to any industrial manufacturers along Stanley Avenue and preserve our ever-shrinking industrial footprint. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borghese. Any questions of council for Mr. Borghese? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for that. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other speakers?
Your Worship, there's no one else from the public. Then next would be speaking with the applicant or their agent. And I do see that we have Mary Lou Tanner here, also I'm assuming other NPG Planning Solutions staff, and a number of consultants online to answer any questions.
Okay, then the council will now hear from the applicant. Ms. Tanner, welcome.
Thank you very much, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Mary Lou Tanner, and I am partner and principal planner with NPG Planning Solutions. Joining me here today from NPG is Rhea Davis, who is sitting behind Mr. Bryce. planner who worked on this, as well as the owners, Diane Adam and Luciano Frutti, who are behind my left shoulder, and the Director of Development for Marina Homes, Michelle Cutts. Could you load the presentation, please? So I do have a presentation. I don't propose to go through all of it because a fair bit of it was covered by Julie Hanna's presentation. I do want to give you some additional information and respond to some of the things that we have heard from various individuals tonight. And I do want to begin by thanking everyone for their feedback through this process. We were able to have a very good discussion at the open house that was held over a year ago, and it has informed subsequent revisions to the plan that we have made. So let me begin and just remind us all that this is the site, and you can see on this drawing what is going on around the site. The site is 3.86 hectares, and it has 293 meters of frontage on Marineland Parkway. This is the site plan. I don't propose to spend time on this. You can see how it breaks out to the north parcel and the details of the development for the north parcel, and then the details of the development for what's referred to as the south parcel. And the south parcel, as has been heard earlier, is also proposed to include vacation rental units. This is largely a stacked townhouse development. There are, as was indicated, 33 regular block townhouses on the north parcel. I want to spend some time now on this particular slide and discuss some of the things that we've heard today and give you some additional context for these two issues, which are pretty important to us and pretty important to you and pretty important to the community. So let me start with the environmental impact review. And just so you're aware, there was, prior to Marina Homes acquiring the site, there was an environmental review done for them to understand the site and the environmental features on it. Part of this application process has required an environmental impact study to be completed, and the consultant who did it, Mr. Barrett, is with us this evening. This included 2 years of fieldwork that was done prior to its submission, and after the 2021 open house, an additional amount of fieldwork was done, and that was specifically to check for certain birds as well as amphibians. And I am advised by Mr. Barrett that there were no amphibians found on any of those 3 years of fieldwork that was done. In addition, the EIS was peer-reviewed. Niagara Region had a peer review consultant look at it and provided feedback that we addressed, and it was ultimately signed off. There was a further peer review completed by the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority focused on whether this was a wetland regulated by the Conservation Authority. To support that work, we hired Terra Dynamics to do that analysis, who completed 2 reports. The NPCA staff reviewed it, as did an independent consultant hired by the NPCA, and they confirmed it was not a wetland. So now we are dealing with what is the issue of the woodland or woodlot. So the property does have 1.92 hectares of wooded area, and that was staked by Niagara Region environmental staff with our consultant. So it wasn't our determination, it was actually done through walking the site and staking it. The trees that were removed to provide a clear vision of signage that was placed on Marineland Parkway, but the tree removal did not impact the size of 1.92 hectares. And so in determining all of this, including the field visits, there were multiple field visits by Region and NPCA staff, as well as the EIS, the 3 seasons of field work, the subsequent peer reviews, it has been determined that it is not a significant woodland or woodlot. And that determination is based on policies in the regional official plan that have criteria, and the site does not meet those criteria. And it is on this science-based and evidence-based and ground truth analysis that the determination has been confirmed by Niagara Region, who is the applicable authority in this, that it is not a significant woodlot. And the NPCA has confirmed it is not a wetland. So we have a parcel that is available for development, and it has been identified for development by the city previously. The residential use and the tourist commercial uses have been previously approved for zoning, and on the north parcel, a portion of the north parcel is 8 stories in height of apartment buildings, or 154 units per hectare. With regard to the noise, as Mr. Maloney and Mr. Borghese indicated, we met proactively with both Salit Steel and Washington Mills in advance of submitting the applications, and we did come to agreements with them, and we are supportive of those agreements. We are committed to them, and they are part of the holding provision, which we also support. And if you want to see them, they are actually within the public feedback documents that were submitted to you as part of this particular agenda. And it's the letter from Mr. Maloney and also Brian Duxbury, who's representing Washington Mills. And so the noise studies that we have completed were peer-reviewed by both Washington Mills and Salit Steel prior to our submission. The noise study was also peer-reviewed by Niagara Region by a consultant reporting to Niagara Region and not reporting to us. And it has been confirmed that the Class 4 designation is appropriate. We support that. We support the provisions that are included in those agreements, and that would be carried forward through the plan of condominium, as Mr. Maloney indicated. In terms of the overall site design, you can see that this is within the McLeod Road intensification corridor, and we are supportive of housing that fronts on Marineland Parkway as well as Thundering Waters Boulevard. We are supportive of our portion that is within this development of being public road. We look forward to working with staff on the detailed design and location of that through the future site plan and condominium plan that will be required. These are some images of and renderings of the proposed site and the design. And different parameters. Washington Mills is approximately 350 meters from our site, and Salit Steel is 290, but the operational piece is further, so we are complying with those. There was a comment from Mr. Sykes that this is an old-growth forest. It is not. If it was an old-growth forest, it would be a regionally significant woodland, and so that assessment was done by our environmental consultant. I think we're dealing with a situation where this area has been planned for residential development for quite some time. We are looking at a development that is at a lower density than what is previously approved and less than what is the maximum density in the city's official plan. We recognize the complexities. We've done our very best to provide science-based evidence to you on the issues, particularly of the environmental features and noise, and we have provided a design that builds housing at a range that will support people of moderate income acquiring home ownership, and we are working with your staff to build a quality development. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Tanner. Do we have any questions of council for Ms. Tanner? No questions? Okay, thank you for that. All right, that was great. Thank you. Are there any final questions of council for staff? Okay. Close the meeting now. The public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of council? Okay. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a really tough situation we're in, I think. You know, you listen to Mr. Merzek, and the tree cutting is one thing, but the noise, and he gets it from close to the condo, and the condos complain about the noise, I guess, from both industries, Salit Steel and Washington Mills. And you look at the distances apart, and you hear the reactions of our industry. That's all we don't have industry anymore. Those are basically the two places where they're booming, and they're still booming, and I would just hate to impact that anymore, and any kind of environmental or noise. And there, when you look at the south end of this development to Salit Steel, I know it's to where they actually do the work, but actually to Salit Steel is only like 80 meters, 85 meters to the south end. And I know they're saying, okay, well, we're not opposed to it, but we don't want anything closer than this. Well, I don't know how much closer you can get to Salit Steel and Washington Mills. I think, you know, when they right from the front, I think it was 300 meters and 150 or 180. this is something in Niagara Falls that industry, we see it, and you talk about him, about the president, I think it was, of Washington Mills having to go down south or go to other countries because of stuff like this that's happening. I don't want to lose that industry, and they're even saying like anything any closer, we are not going to support. And even though they said, oh, there's no problem, we're going to support this, they're less than 80 meters property line to property lines from South Steel to the south end of this development. I never want to see this industry go away because they employ a lot of people in Niagara Falls, and I'm sorry, I can't support this development.
Okay, so is anyone going to make a motion one way or the other, or?
I will make a motion to deny the recommendation.
Okay, do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Lococo. Any discussion to the motion? Councillor Kerrio.
Your Worship, I'm going to support the motion. I understand that the two main industries that are not opposing it, but we also heard the manager of the one industry tell us that they've already spent as much money as they can afford to spend on sound mitigation, and that if they get forced to do any more or pushed any harder by the people that are already there, whatever, that they're going to do their expansion elsewhere. They can't, and I've heard from Salad Steel many times, they can't do anymore, but they're still getting the complaints, and the ministry still sides with the residents and makes them stop the noise, and they were here first. I'm going to support the motion.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, then we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Thompson, you for or against the motion? The motion is to deny the recommendation.
No, I was not.
Okay, the recommendation fails and the planning approval is not granted. So I appreciate everyone coming out. I think Mary Lou, you did an amazing presentation. You've got some other challenges here, but appreciate the presentation, appreciate the public's input, and that concludes this matter, and we're going to move on to the next one. So Mr. Clerk, can you please address the next item on the agenda?
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit 2 4-story stacked townhouse dwelling units at 3846 Portage Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on June 10th, 2022, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the zoning bylaw amendment or would like to preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets that are located outside council chamber or contact the city clerk immediately after today's meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'd now like to ask Julie Hanna, our planner 2, to, let me just get here, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and those in the public who are watching this remotely. The zoning bylaw application is in regards to 3846 Portage Road, and the request is to permit 39 dwelling units into stacked townhouse buildings. The proposed location is shown on the slide before you, and the development is outlined in blue. Stanford Lions Park is to the east, and there are apartment buildings and block townhouses surrounding this site, and commercial uses are along Portage Road. In regards to the application, there is the request to permit a site-specific residential low-density grouped multiple dwelling zone. The site plan illustrates the 2 blocks of townhouses along with a proposed walkway to the south of the site and internal parking. The conceptual massing depicts in the peach color the buildings, and the pink color is patios and balcony space. We held a neighborhood open house, and there has also been a telephone conversation with area residents. 3 concerns were heard. The first was in regards to the land exchange with the lands proposed to be a walkway. And it was noted that council has previously approved the land swap with the developers, and that trees and sidewalks will be installed, and the developer will be contributing to a gazebo as part of the arrangements previously made with council. In regards to access to the commercial plaza, the public walkway that will be constructed from Portage Road to the park will provide pedestrian access to residents. And there are existing drainage issues that exist on the property that have been noted by a condominium to the north. And the drainage plan for the proposal will be reviewed and approved at site plan stage. In regards to policy, the application is consistent and conforms to the Planning Act, provincial, regional, and city policies. We are supportive of the proposal to permit the stacked townhouse dwellings, subject to providing a parking rate of 1.25 parking spaces per dwelling unit. The proposed zoning relief is depicted on the slide. Again, I won't go through all of the parking and setback requests. Staff are supportive of all that is noted. I will note that we do not support the parking ratio of 1.5 per dwelling. Staff recommend the 1.25 rate. And in terms of a recommendation, staff recommend that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment application subject to the recommendations contained within staff report PBD 2022-025. And that concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hannah? Do we have any questions of council for Ms. Hannah?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Thompson.
No, I just have some statements, not a question.
Okay. Then I'll move a little bit further through, and then you can do it in a little bit. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the local planning appeal tribunal dismissing any referrals it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes to address us?
Your Worship, there is no one registered from the public to speak, and not seeing anyone other than staff and media in the room. I don't believe we have any residents. We do have a number of staff on behalf of the agent or applicant available online, and perhaps we could start with Mr. Evan Sugden from Bousfield.
He actually disconnected.
Evan, what's his name?
Evan disconnected. So we have.
Perhaps Mr. David Folletta, if he's available to speak on behalf of the applicant.
Mr. Folletta, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me, Your Worship and members of council?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. Was there anything more you wanted to add to the staff report?
I would like to discuss the parking ratio, and if we could do that at this time, that would be great. There is no opportunity to turn my camera on, but I can tell you that I do have a shirt and tie on in case you're wondering.
Well, we were wondering, but I'm glad we know now. So yeah, go ahead. Let's discuss the parking ratio. This would be the right time.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. I did have a presentation that I don't think we need to go through. I know we've heard a lot of discussion on other applications. In terms of the application before you this evening, we are very thankful to staff, especially Julie and Kira and the rest of the team, how they've processed the application and really worked to resolve some of the design issues on the project. With respect to the parking, it's a transportation services comment that was received as part of the application circulation. We really weren't aware of this issue until late in after the staff report was written. And we have tried to reach out to staff, but we know there are a lot of applications before you this evening. So in terms of our request to you, we do have a supporting study that recognizes our proposals. So as Julie outlined, there are 39 units proposed. They're all stacked townhouse units. And they range in unit size from 1 bedroom to 2 bedrooms. Some have 1 bedroom plus den, and some have 2 bedroom plus den. In terms of our rationale for the reduction, our proposal is 1.15 spaces per unit, which is 45 parking spaces, which would include 6 visitor parking spaces and 1 space per unit. And staff's recommendation of 1.25 is 4 more parking spaces. In our opinion, we recognize staff's position, but we think that there are site-specific circumstances that apply to this site. We know that there are other townhouse developments that that ratio was approved for, and this is slightly different because it is a stacked townhouse product, and they function more like apartment units versus townhouse units. So that's the first point. The second point is there are some units that are smaller, the 1 bedroom units, and they typically have a lower parking demand. And finally, this location is really well served by transit, and we've provided that documentation to staff. And one of the recommendations that came out of our parking study was to provide transit passes for all buyers of these units to further encourage the transit use. And there's also, lastly, there's also supporting active transportation networks. There's a variety of trails and bike lanes that service this site. Again, this is an intensification corridor where intensification is encouraged, and I think we're aligned with staff in terms of the planning reasons, but with respect to the parking ratio, we do think it is an appropriate ratio. It's 4 less than what staff are proposing, and we're happy to shift around which units get parking versus how much visitor parking there is. And in our opinion, we don't have enough information from staff to determine what the concern is. Is there a concern that their overflow parking will go into other parking lots? And again, if that's the case, there are remedies to that, which we'd be happy to look towards. But in terms of our request for you this evening, it is to not align with staff's recommendation, but instead align with our recommendation, which is a slightly reduced parking ratio of 1.15 spaces per unit. And I'd be happy to answer any questions at this point.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Thompson and then Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thank you. I've been watching this for a long time, and I have had a lot of discussion with the builder, Hawkswell, and I think this was when the Lions building was torn down. I thought, what is going to happen? You got a plaza right behind it, and this would be wonderful for seniors. And I would think that with the size and the 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom, this would be filled by and be wonderful for seniors. They got the grocery store, the liquor store, all things, transportation right there. And I think the proposal is really great. And the applicant has improved the situation with the path from the park in the back up to the front. And I think the proposal, and they had a professional people said that the 1.25 could be replaced with the 1.5, and I will make that motion whenever you cut off I think this is really a good location for this. It's going to be perfect for seniors to be in there. So I would like to have that opportunity.
Okay, we'll come back to you, and I think you meant 1.15, not
Yes,
right?
1.15.
Right,
yeah.
okay. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Kind of along the same lines, I was just going to say that, I mean, I don't know that there's a more ideal location if we are going to reduce parking. You know, it's right next to major commercial. You got healthcare professionals, dentists, of course, Councillor Thompson mentioned grocery store, then liquor store. I don't know if it goes in that order. I guess it shouldn't go the other way, otherwise you might not make it to the grocery store. There's elementary schools, there's secondary schools. It's on a major public transportation route. So I really don't think that the reduction is going to be an issue, Your Worship. I'm happy to second Councillor Thompson's motion whenever you're ready to close the meeting.
Okay, like that. Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I echo both of these councillors' comments, and especially Wayne Thompson's with the liquor store, grocery store, and then you're walking across to the beer store. So it all fits in. But you know what I really liked is the proponent basically buying transit passes for the people who buy them too. So I've never heard that before, but that's pretty awesome. Could really and reducing parking wouldn't be a problem at all. So you're close to everything. So this is a great development, and glad to support it.
Okay, great. I've got Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will support it as well. I would just like it put on record the reason why we're reducing the parking. As has already been said, it's in a very unique area that it has all of the transportation, all of the amenities. I just don't want another developer to utilize this approval so that they can utilize it on their development if it doesn't fit. If it fits, that's one thing, but I would just like it on record about why we are supporting the reduced parking.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, if there's no further comments, the public meeting. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk.
Just before we do close, I do note that the agent, Mr. Greg Lipinski, is online, and a number of other staff who are likely just available to answer questions. But since I can't visually see if they're wanting to speak, maybe just give them one opportunity before you close the meeting.
Okay. So Mr. Lipinski or any of the other crew that are listening in, did anyone have anything else to add before we vote on this?
Close the meeting.
Are we, nobody's there? Or they just don't want us? No? Okay. Well, I don't think there's much more to add. So we'll move forward on that. So, oh, and staff.
You can close with it.
Okay. The public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. I'll go to, just before I come to you, I'm going to go to staff to comment on the parking. I think that's what they want to comment on.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for letting us make these comments. Our standard rate in the zoning bylaw is 1.4 spaces per unit, and we've very customarily reduced that to 1.25 spaces per unit when there's good access to transit. This is a great location where there's access to transit. Staff would give further consideration to reductions where we are trying to incentivize less trips, such as in tourist core and other areas where we have, say, our transit zoning downtown. We have carefully reviewed the applicant's submission, and they did not provide evidence that would change our mind with respect to a lower than de facto rate of 1.25. In fact, they pointed to other studies who've come to the conclusion that 1.25 is an appropriate rate. What we're really talking about here are 39 spaces dedicated to 39 units. However, we know that 25 of those units are 2-bedroom spaces. So in theory, none of those 2-bedroom units will have the ability to have 2-car ownership. Or potentially 1-bedroom units may have 2-car ownership, or some may have 0 ownership. But somewhere within those 39 units, we expect 1 vehicle per unit would be the minimum rate. 2 spaces must be accessible, and that leaves in the applicant's proposal 4 visitor spaces, or in the city's scenario, 8 visitor spaces. In conference with planning, we think there's an opportunity to narrow the width of some of the parking stalls, which would mean that they're narrower to get in and out of. However, that could have the effect of providing additional visitor spaces on site. So meeting what staff's concerns are in terms of having 8 visitor parking spaces there, and also keeping the site design as it was presented initially in the presentation you heard today. So we're asking that council give that some consideration, and perhaps our planner has more commentary on how that approval could be given, but we think there's a way to find a bit of a win-win here. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Stolz, did you want to weigh in?
Thank you, Your Worship. So we have, obviously, Mr. Nicol does have some concerns and his staff about the parking, and given that the fact that this is the regional road, there's no parking on street, we would offer that option to reduce the parking stall width to pick up those additional spaces for the developers, so that we can make sure that we do have enough parking on this site. What we would need to do, though, however, is modify our zoning provision in our zoning bylaw from 2.75 to 2.6. So we would have to modify that provision if we do that tonight.
Could that be done in this motion here?
Yes, it could. If council wishes to do so, we can put forward that.
Yeah. So you want to do what the Ms. Dolch is suggesting, Councillor, so that you can get the parking ratio down? She's suggesting.
But that's what I made the motion.
Right, you did, but she's suggesting a little bit different way of doing it. So could you just help us wordsmith this then, Ms. Dolch? So Councillor Thompson would move the recommendation. However, what you're suggesting is from the 2.75 to 2.6. Is that what you're saying? Help me understand.
For clarity, what staff's recommendation is that the parking ratio would remain at the recommended level from staff, though we would change the bylaw to reduce the width of the parking spaces from 2.7 to 2.6 meters. So therefore, the parking ratio stays the same, but we're giving a reduction in the size of the parking spaces. So the motion would read that it would just amend the parking size dimensions of the proposal.
Well, I just want some clarity, just so I understand.
It would be opposed to Mr. Thompson's.
Oh, it is,
motion.
okay.
Yeah, I've already made the motion.
Yeah.
And it was seconded.
Right. Well,
okay.
We haven't seconded it yet. I'm just getting some clarification. Did we call the motion?
Second.
Where are we at, Mr. Clerk? Remind me where we're at.
The meeting was closed. However, we do know that Councillor Thompson and Councillor Pietrangelo did want to move and second. We just haven't verbally called for that yet.
Right. So, okay. And staff wanted to give their input, so we heard your input. We appreciate that. So go ahead, Councillor Thompson. You're making the motion then?
Absolutely.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo? For 1.15, right. That's what the motion was. Any further discussion? Call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Okay, thank you. So we're done with that one.
So we got something approved for tonight.
Okay. All right. Next, Mr. Clerk, would you please introduce the next item on the agenda?
Okay, the final planning public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit the redevelopment of land for any type of residential use, specifically to allow the development of 275 residential units at 3770 Montrose Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on June 16th, 2022, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, to participate in any site plan process if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by using the sign-in sheets located just outside council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll now ask Alexa Cooper, Planner 2, to explain the purpose and reason for the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, good evening, Mayor Diodati, members of council, and members of the public. My name is Alexa Cooper, and I'm the planner with the city for this file. Before us tonight is a proposal to redevelop 3770 Montrose Road, the former Canadian Tire site, into 275 residential units. The subject land is located on Montrose Road, north of Thorold Stone Road, where Canadian Tire used to be located. To the east is the QEW, to the south are commercial uses, to the west are single detached units, and to the north are single detached and townhouse dwelling units. So a bit of background. The applicant has requested approval for an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment for approximately 5.4 hectares of land. The land is currently zoned a site-specific shopping center commercial zone. The plan has been revised since its first submission. Originally, the submitted plan proposed 231 townhouse units. Planning staff have been working with the applicant on the revised plan, which now proposes 275 units with a mix of housing types. The OPA and ZBA applications request the subject land be permitted to be redeveloped as any type of housing form, as opposed to being restricted to medium and high density apartments, and be rezoned to a site-specific residential low density group multiple dwelling, or R4 zone, to facilitate the development of 275 units. So this shows the original plan that was submitted with the application. This contained the 231 block townhouse units. And this is the revised plan that the applicant has submitted for approval tonight. So this plan shows 275 residential units. The breakdown is 26 semis, which you can see in blue along the north of the property line, 109 townhouse units in yellow in the middle of the property, and 140 apartment units in the form of stacked houses along the west, east, and south property lines. Some major changes I wanted to point out were the semi-detached dwellings to the north, which provides for improved compatibility with the existing neighborhood. The parquet block at the rear of the property with the street that provides a sight line through to the development straight to the park. And finally, the addition of stacked townhouses, which are considered apartment buildings by the city's zoning bylaw, that provide an active street presence onto Montrose Road and the commercial plaza with internal driveway access. This slide outlines the proposed zoning and some of the requested site-specific exemptions for the proposed development. I've highlighted here the exceptions that do not meet the minimums or exceed the permitted maximums in the city's zoning bylaw. There are regulations that are outlined in the report that exceed minimums that I have not included due to their exceedance of the minimums. So just to go over them, there's a request to have the minimum lot area be 74 square meters per apartment building, 210 per townhouse, and 234 per semi-detached unit, whereas the required is 250 square meters. They've requested a maximum height of 11 meters, where the permitted maximum is 10. They requested a minimum interior side yard setback for block 27, which is this block here, of 1.2 meters, where 5.5 is required. However, as in the report, staff have recommended a 5.5 meter setback here to maintain compatibility with the existing house to the north. They've requested a minimum front yard depth of 3 meters along Montrose Road, whereas 6 meters is required. The minimum interior yard setback for the apartments down here to the south is 1.2 meters, where again 5.5 is required. They've also requested a minimum privacy yard depth of 7 meters for all of the townhouse units located in the middle, whereas the required is 7.5. And then the MTO has requested that the 14-meter setback be included in the amending bylaw from the highway to the east. So an open house was held for the application on April 25th. Some comments and concerns that we received as part of the open house and leading up to this meeting were for compatibility. And in response, semi-detached units are now proposed along the northern property line for better compatibility with the existing neighborhood. There were concerns and comments about amenity space and snow removal. A parquet block is now proposed that provides amenity and snow storage space. There were concerns for parking. The applicant is not requesting a reduction to the required parking rate of 1.4 spaces per unit. There were concerns about traffic. As Montrose is a regional road, the region has identified areas where they are requesting more information for where or if improvements will be required at the Montrose and Thoroldstone Road intersections. This is a technical matter that the region is happy to deal with through a future vacant land of condominium application if tonight's application is approved. And the region has no objection to the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment before you today. There were also concerns about trees and fencing in need of repair. And again, if approved, a vacant land of condominium will be submitted in the future. And through that process, a new fence will be required to surround the property, and unhealthy trees will be removed as part of that process. So for staff's planning analysis, the proposal conforms to provincial and regional policies. Staff recommend that the local official plan amendment be approved with the modification to require a mix of semi-detached townhouse and apartment dwelling units to ensure that the mix of housing is maintained. Staff have no concerns with the requested zoning exceptions, subject to, as mentioned, the 5.5 meter interior side yard setback for the apartment dwelling block along the northern property line, a 14 meter setback from the QEW, and a holding provision being placed on the property until the developer files a record of site condition with the province and provides a copy of the ministry's acknowledgement to the satisfaction of the Niagara region. Staff support the application as detailed in the report on tonight's agenda. So again, our recommendation is that Council approve the OPA and ZBA as modified in the report, subject to the holding provision being included for the property through the amending bylaw. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Do we have any questions? Microphone there, please. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Do we have any questions of council? Yes, Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, through you. Great presentation. I think it's a great development. So does it actually bleed? I'm looking at the map and I'm looking on Google Maps. Where does it bleed into? Does it bleed into the Swiss Chalet?
So I'm just going to go back through my presentation here. Sorry, it's a little bit marked up from or actually, you know what? I think I can go back. There we go. So where you see the stacked townhouses along the southern portion of the development, that's where the street light entrance is. So it doesn't go as far south.
Okay.
Right.
Great.
It's about half of the property.
Okay. No, it doesn't. Well, this is great development. I mean, you know, when Canadian Tire moved out, and I lived in the West End at the time, I always wondered what's going to happen with this land or with this commercial. So I think it's great, and the surrounding businesses that are there now are probably facing a little bit of challenges ever since Canadian Tire left, but this will be welcome news for everybody. So happy to support it once you close the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of council? I'm sorry, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two comments. I think we're seeing a lot of empty plazas throughout the province, just that they're empty. So I like this development for that perspective and changing it into residential, which we need. That's great. And especially with the stacked townhouses being apartment style and a mix. So that's really good. The thing that I'm really concerned about is the traffic. And I know we just touched on traffic, but realistically, if you look at Montrose Road and Thoroldstone, the congestion of the traffic, it backs up so far with the lights as it is now. Now, if you add these 275 units, what are going to be the traffic mitigation? How are we going to not have these huge lines, waiting at traffic lights, accidents? What is the plan to get around that? Because I think it's going to happen, and how do we get around that?
So I'll pass this to Ms. Cooper. Do you have a response to this?
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Councillor Lococo. Our the road is a regional road, so it's at the Niagara region's purview to address traffic matters. And with the comments that they gave me for this application, They have acknowledged there are issues at this intersection, and through the vacant land of condominium, there's a couple of things that they would like addressed to identify what kind of measures can be made to address the situation. So unfortunately, I don't have an answer for what those measures are at this time, but they will be dealt with through the vacant land of condominium application that's to come if this application is approved tonight.
Okay, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I always like hearing that we've thought about it, that there are things that we can do. The challenge then becomes if we don't do it, then we end up with issues of accidents, residents having long lineups. So I do hope that they get addressed at the region, and I guess I'll just have to be satisfied that they are aware of issues and we'll work on them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. If there's no further questions, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to notify the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone who wishes to speak?
Yes, Your Worship. I don't see any here present in the chambers today, but we do have a couple registered online. First being Olga Grebich.
Gersovic.
Thank you. And I just ask that they can state their name, since I butchered it, and also their address for the record.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gersovic, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hello, everyone.
Hello, welcome.
My name is Olga Gersovic. I live at 7641 St. Augustine Crescent. I've lived in the Mount Carmel area for over 28 years, and I outright do not disagree with this. With this proposal, I support. I love that the vacant lot is being used for homes. That is great. We have too many, guys, we've said there are too many vacant stores around town. So I support it. I just feel that we have to make sure before you go ahead and approve it that we've thought through all these things, like the region saying that they know that Thoroldstone Road and Montrose, something needs to be done with traffic there. I just have several other issues that I would hope that you would address before you approve it. The first being not just parking traffic at Thoroldstone Road, but traffic actually at Southwood and at that four-way stop, which is not owned, I assume it's owned by the whoever owns the development, right there behind Swiss Chalet. Right now there's a four-way stop, but now that is going to be a major entrance into this new development. So there's going to be, like, I don't think of a four-way stop. I don't even know if that's the city's four-way stop. The city bus goes through there because it goes along the side of the Food Basics building and then turns left out of that at that four-way stop. But now you have 271 units using that as well. So that is going to cause some issues. There are a lot of seniors who live in the area, who walk there. Something more formal than that little four-way stop is going to have to be done, and that isn't the region's, I'm pretty sure, but I don't even know if the city owns that land. So I would like that addressed. One of my other issues is the sewer and the water drainage. Right now, most of this area is a big parking lot, so the drainage is pretty simple. They've got the drains throughout the parking lot, the water goes down. But now that you're going to fill it with all these homes, with all these basements, now I've read the reports and I'm not an engineer, and they claim that, but the reports were authorized by the developer, not the city. And they say there isn't an issue and that if there ever is a 100-year flood or rainfall, that the water will just pour over onto Montrose Road. But as everyone knows, with climate change, these 100-year incidents are happening more frequently than 100 years, and we can't hope that we don't get a major rainfall. And everyone who lives in the Mount Carmel subdivision, we all have sump pumps. So if there's a big rainfall and the power goes out, there will there could potentially be issues with people's basements who live in this subdivision. I don't know if there are going to be sump pumps in this new development, but there might be issues for people who live over here whose houses are older and the homes were built with different provisions. And I'm concerned that they say that the sewer is adequate to manage all this, but that's a lot of houses. And we've added a lot of development in this area, and I'm thrilled. I love the way that it's a diverse units, different kinds, you know, the apartments and the townhouses, but I'm concerned. I have a real problem worrying about my basement flooding, and I somehow do not trust that you're going to add 300 units and don't have to change anything, that it's adequate. I would like some other assurances other than the developers for that. Very quickly, another issue that I have, when you allow variances for the setbacks and how much green space you have in the front yards and the backyards, I understand why you want to allow it, but that reduces the amount of actual grass that is going to be on this property. And again, where's the drainage when it rains? Grassy areas normally just provide natural drainage. And for the whole rest of the subdivision, it was very explicit. The city told us, you know, you can only have 30% of your property have buildings on it. The rest has to be green space. And now you're putting 280 units with very, very little green space and no place for this rainfall to go. And I don't know why you would allow that. Why are we allowing, can't they modify it slightly? Why are we letting them build these houses right smack up against Montrose Road? Why are you reducing the setback? There should be a setback. It would fit in with this whole development in this part of town more than if you put up a whole row of townhouses 3 feet away from the edge of the sidewalk on Montrose. And I have a problem with that one. And my other concern is this is a great development, but they are narrow homes, 3-story. They're not going to be for seniors. There are no elevators. So, and there's no yards. So young families, seniors, like all the issues that we have in the city with how we're trying to keep young people here and make homes more affordable and affordable housing for seniors, none of that is there. And I know we don't own the land, the developers do, and they can do what they want with it. But the developer told us at the open house in April that they aren't developing these homes to any one particular targeted market. But let's face it, if you're building a 3-story townhouse that's only 40 feet wide, you are not building it for seniors. And if there's there's a 5-by-5 front yard, you know, a lot of families aren't going to live there and a lot of pets aren't going to be there. So if we allow all these variances, we are cutting out a lot of population that we claim we're trying to retain in this area. And my other one, I don't know what you can do about that, but I just wanted you to know that that was an issue I had. And very quickly, because I don't want to, you've been at this all day long, as we all have. This parquet that they've put in, that is where the developer assured us at the open house in April that that is where the snow would go. And so now, we were just told in the staff report that that would be where snow would go, but it's a parquet. So now there's no park because there's going to be snow there possibly from November till March. So you're taking away their little parquet. And because originally where those stacked townhomes are, they were not going to be there, and there was supposed to be room behind there for snow removal. And these laneways behind these townhomes, it's a one-way laneway, and there is no grass behind there. So where is the homeowner supposed to shovel his snow to if he has no place to put it? Because next to him is just the next driveway. I know I'm not going to live there, and it shouldn't be my concern, but it just seems odd to me that the developer told us in April that they'll just, since they own the rest of the development, or the commercial space over there, that they will just put all the snow in the middle of the Food Basics parking lot. Well, then where are all the people who are trying to shop in that plaza supposed to park if there's big mountains from the subdivision now over there? And I know they own the land, but I don't see how we can let them go put in 270. They're only supposed to be 231. Not supposed to. They had originally proposed 231, and now they've added 40. They haven't mentioned more parking spaces, and I've looked, and they were already had less parking spaces than they were supposed to. There are only 50 visitor parking spaces because they said that the overflow can go into the parking of the plaza. That's fine on a Saturday night, but the plaza's open 7 days a week, and we all know nobody just has very few homes. Only families only have one car per family. So if there are 270 units, on average, there's going to be more than 500 cars of owners who live in that building. Where are they all going to go? I don't think they've addressed that with the increase of 31. I can't read it anywhere. I've tried. I think that's all my concerns. Like I said, I support the development. I applaud it. I'm happy. I just want to make sure the infrastructure is in place and that we've thought about it and made sure that this is the best fit for the community and the city at large. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Olga. Those are some great questions, and we'll get the applicant on. We'll get some answers.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone else that would like to speak?
Yes, Your Worship, we do have one more resident or residents. It's Ron and Kim Gibson.
Okay. Gibsons, are you online?
We are here. It's been a long day, so I'll try to keep my comments fairly brief. I have submitted some of our concerns in writing, and I'll just highlight them. Many of them are the same things that Olga has identified, but I'll kind of concentrate a little bit more, I think, on the traffic situation and some of the complexities of that. Our concerns, as I see it, are the concerns of the people of the Mount Carmel subdivision. I wanted to make that point because my understanding is very few people in the Mount Carmel subdivision were notified. I understand that's probably because of a distance criteria or something like that, but it's not the distance that's driving their concerns, it's the circumstances. But I'll get more to that in a second. But as I said, the first thing is traffic movement and traffic safety. And of course, the accidents that there have been, there's been very many. In fact, my wife herself has been hit by cars changing lanes in front of her or running into her behind her at Thoroldstone Road. So we know that part of things very, very well. I was actually out jogging, and I certainly know that running across an intersection is not particularly advisable, but I did have the light for pedestrians, and my heel was just clipped by a car that wasn't looking, and decided that that was a great time to just go flying through and run the light. And of course, those are individual circumstances, and we can't extrapolate too much from them. Other than to say we do have the data, as you know, that says it is one of the intersections in the region that has the highest number of accidents. So my concern in particular is the impact of the traffic from these additional 275 units backing up on the rest of the street there. When people get frustrated from those types of situations, when it backs up and it takes them several lights to get through, crazy things start to happen. We get people cutting in, trying to get into or out of the businesses along the side of there, a number of other things, and it's just not a good situation. And some of that is already happening, as we know. But my bigger concern isn't just the traffic at the intersection, it's how that backs up and the impact that will have on children from the Mount Carmel subdivision and from this new proposed subdivision having to cross the road. And along with that, I think the setbacks and the lack of green space, as Olga has mentioned, and the parkette itself seems to be very small relative to the number of potential children that could be in that subdivision. So they're going to have to or want to cross Montrose Road to get down to Mount Carmel Park. And that represents another potential hazard. And I just don't want to see, I've experienced that type of situation where young children have been involved in an accident, and I wouldn't like to see that happen, particularly around anything that was preventable. So it's another one of my concerns is the lack of green space and the lack of park space there, and that along with the additional traffic that will happen along Montrose Road. So in addition to the traffic and the impact on the children, we also have a number of developments, relatively small developments, you would say, of multi-residential housing further north along Montrose Road. A number of seniors there. Most of you are probably aware of Fairhaven Home for Seniors that is located just a little bit north of that plaza. And a lot of those people like to still get out and do their shopping. There are pedestrians who are going into that area for buying their groceries, buying clothing, visiting the pharmacy there, visiting the dentistry services there. And we understand that over time, we were told on April 25th that those businesses would also disappear and that the whole development would eventually become residential. And that seems to be something that council would be very excited about, because you're very, very much in favor of getting as much intensification as possible. But as we can see, there are some of these other concerns about drainage, about parking, about the traffic, and about safety concerns. And getting back to the seniors again, though, that would then give the ability of seniors who are on foot no longer the opportunity to shop there, to get their groceries and their clothing and things like that locally there. I guess my wife and I were now retirees as well, and we would hope that we could age in place there. And part of aging in place is to have access to commercial services. And those commercial services, it was foreseen by council that that was what that mall should be. And I just wonder how some of those concerns are no longer valid. How there was so much concern about having proper green space and having quality of life and issues like that. And now it just seems to be, let's get as many people into the smallest area we can. And I'm sure there are places where that's suitable. I just don't think that this particular property is the one that we want to take to the max. And so those are my concerns. I also had a couple of, along with the seniors, the fact that a number of them are using mobility devices right out on the road in some cases, and I guess that's perfectly legal, but you can say that unfortunately, if there's heavy traffic and cars are right in front of each other, if a car swerves to go around one, sometimes that's not going to leave very much time for the car behind it to react. I had a couple of points I wanted to make with regards to the notification process in the April 25th meeting, and I'll just close by saying that my concerns here are not the concerns of somebody who backs onto Montrose Road. Our concerns are the same concerns as everyone we've talked to from the Mount Carmel subdivision. It's about the traffic, about the congestion, about the safety, about the drainage, about those kinds of things. And that's just not going to affect the people who back onto Montrose Road, but people throughout that subdivision. Also, the use of the park and the fact that there's no place to park your car at the Mount Carmel Park. So those are some of the things I'm concerned about. And so those people, I think, also should have been notified. And that's another reason why perhaps you haven't heard more about this, is because most of them weren't notified, but everyone we talked to had the same concerns. And I certainly don't speak for those people, but I know that they would have liked to have received notices and been involved. And lastly, We did attend the April 25th meeting, but the plan that's in front of council is not the same plan that we saw. And so I think that it would have been much better if we had a meeting after they'd settled upon a design, and then we could have discussed the changes and concerns with the owners or the representatives of the owners. And those are my comments. So thank you very much for listening to us, and obviously we leave this in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gibson. And for one point of clarity regarding intensification, that's a mandate that comes to us from the province. It's not that the city wants to get as much intensification. We're mandated by the province. So many dwellings and people per hectare, and we have to follow along with those guidelines. So that's just for clarity, that's where that comes from.
Thank you. I understand that.
Okay, yeah, thank you, sir. Are there any other speakers, Mr. Clerk? There's no further speakers. Okay, great. So, not from the public, okay. Council, where are we here? Council will now hear from, we already did that. Okay, so do we have the applicant and or their representative who'd like to address council at this point, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do have Justin Hawkins on behalf of the client or applicant, and also Daniel Marinovich as well.
Okay. Mr. Hawkins, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I wasn't prepared to speak necessarily. I'm just in the car, but I don't believe Daniel's on the line anymore either. I'm happy to answer any questions, or I believe Evan Sugden from Bousfield, who is our agent representing the application on our behalf, might also be on the line.
Is he, can we see if he's on the line there? Just for questions, yeah. So we do have some questions that were brought up, and I don't know who's the best person to answer them from our residents.
Sure, I mean, I'm happy to answer the question.
Okay, so there's a few questions, and I guess I can kind of, have you been listening in?
I have been, yeah. I wasn't taking notes necessarily, but
okay. So why don't we start with the first one that was brought by Ms. Gersovic. She was asking, there's a parkette showing in the design, and they were told by the group, the developers, that that's where they would be parking the snow. So the question is, if they're going to be parking the snow there, is that what the plan is? So then it won't be used as a parkette in the wintertime when there's snow?
Yeah, so I think, I mean, the long and short answer for that is really just, you know, at some point this will be, it's a condominium corporation, and they will ultimately make those decisions in the end. Our job as the developer, and really the city's job is to just ensure that there is an option for snow storage. So, you know, typically in a commercial development, let's say, you know, you dedicate 25% of your parking spaces for snow storage. In a residential setting, it's quite common that the snow is actually trucked off-site. They may do some storage on-site, and perhaps the parkette will be used for that if it's appropriate, and if they can actually maneuver a truck to do that. But it will ultimately be a decision that's made by the condo corporation and the members of that community who will make the decision on how snow storage is ultimately decided upon. So, but, you know, I would say, you know, that the parkette is probably a very logical spot for some snow storage to go. It certainly wouldn't be appropriate for all of it,
okay.
But there would be some. But the bulk of it is probably going to be taken off-site.
Okay. The other question in regard to snow is on the one way where there is no grass. The question was, where will the snow be shoveled to? Is there a contingency plan for that in the development?
Yeah, and this is a similar, you know, we do multiple, like, developments like this all over, and typically what would happen is, you know, as an owner, you will end up shoveling your driveway out onto the road, and the snow plow or snow removal service comes along and picks that up, and that's really no different than how the municipality operates. You know, as an owner, you know, you often will shovel your snow onto the street if you don't have a lot of frontage or yardage. Myself, for example, I live in Cabbagetown in Toronto, and so all of my snow has to go right onto the street, and you time it, you know, with the snow removal services that are provided. In this case, you know, it'll be a private service, and so there may be a little more finessing that's involved. You know, again, depending on the services that the condo board at the time decides to partake in. But I would imagine that in most developments of this nature, that you're shoveling it out onto the road and it's being picked up.
Okay, so handled through private contractors. Okay.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Next question was sewer and water capacity. You know, assuming appropriate studies were done, but can you address that?
Yeah, so we definitely made sure that there was capacity for all of those additional residences. And, you know, my understanding from our civil engineer and the report that was prepared is that there is certainly capacity. I mean, I'm understanding that there's actually more than enough capacity for the development, so there are no issues there. They will do a more detailed study that goes into even further detail as part of the plan of condominium application that gets submitted. But from a conceptual level, our understanding is that, you know, there is currently capacity from both fronts, being sewage and stormwater.
Okay, and there's one other question. There's ingress egress between Southwood and Thorold Stone Road. There's no light, but people come in and out of the development near where the electric charging station is. You know, with the increased traffic, you know, have you come up with any kind of plan to control the traffic coming in and out of that area, the four-way stop?
Yeah, it is. So it's not something that we have looked at or have even been made aware of. I would have to go back and take a look at it. I'm trying to visualize exactly where it is on the site, and I think I know where it is. But I'm not even sure that that's within our ability to afflict change on. I'm fairly certain that that's a municipal road.
Well, it's the driveway coming out of the plaza. So I don't think pretty sure it's not municipal.
Yeah, I just don't have a visual on it right now, so I'll have to get back to you on that. But I can tell you with certain that it's not something that we've looked at. It didn't even form part of our traffic impact studies because the traffic impact study is very focused on where the residential traffic would travel to and from, and I would argue that is actually traffic to and from the commercial center. It will, the residential traffic will really have limited impact on that.
Okay, thank you for that. And I understand David Folletta would also like to address council, maybe address some of the concerns. So David, are you there?
Yes, I am, and I apologize for, I've been trying to get online the entire time, so thank you, Justin, for clarifying. I do have a very brief presentation that I think would be helpful to address some of the comments that we heard.
Yeah, as long as it's more focused on the concerns that we had, because we had a fulsome presentation, but more with the concerns from the residents.
Yeah, it's totally specifically related to all of the concerns that we heard today. So thank you, Your Worship and members of council. My name is David Folletta, and I'm a registered professional planner with Housefields. Did you want me to share the screen?
Sure.
Okay. So can everyone see the screen now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So I'm going to not be repetitive, but I do want to thank both Olga and Ron for their comments this evening. In terms of, and I'll just touch on some of the comments that we heard related to transportation. There was a transportation study that was completed. I'm just zooming through these because I don't think that they're pertaining to what we're discussing. But with respect to the transportation comments that were identified, the transportation study was complete by Croziers, and they did identify that there is sufficient capacity within Montrose Road. What we did hear today is that there are some concerns about safety, specifically the amount of traffic. And we know that it is a regional road, and the region also has those concerns that we think we can address through the draft plan of condo application. So we know that there will likely be upgrades to the road that will ensure safety, make sure that people from this development can cross the street safely, so that any of the additional traffic that's generated from this development can be mitigated through upgrades to the road. That may include turning lanes, may include additional lights. All of that will be looked at in detail once the draft plan of condominium is identified and filed. And the reason why that's important is because that draft plan of condominium firms up the number of units as well as all of the little details related to the proposal. So you heard from staff today that there are some revisions that are coming in terms of setbacks, the 5.5 meter setback versus the 1.2, for example. So those are some of the details that we know once it gets confirmed, we'll be able to implement and identify what upgrades to Montrose Road are required. In terms of the comments that we heard about sewer and water and stormwater specifically, I do want to address those. So there was a servicing study that was completed, and that servicing study did identify that there is capacity, and it identified how we're going to deal with stormwater management. So how all of these surface areas are going to drain and where that infrastructure is going to go in. So again, the servicing study identified as a functional servicing report on how to address that and how to address the capacity within the existing sewer system. It identified that it is feasible, and as such, it recommended approval of the zoning. That study has been submitted to city staff. City staff have reviewed it and obviously are supportive of those conclusions since they're recommending approval of this application. In terms of the setbacks and amenity, I do want to identify a couple of things. I really want to thank staff, specifically your director of planning, your manager of planning, and Alexa, the planner, Kira and Andrew, Bryce. They really played a significant role in improving this plan. Our firm does work across the region, and your staff did an excellent job doing a number of things. The first thing they did is they increased the range and mix of housing. So now you see semi-detached dwellings that were not previously there. We heard about some of the amenities that would be included as part of that. It has a typical rear yard and a typical front yard. There are now stacked townhouse units which satisfy the official plan requirement for apartment housing. Again, those units are the pink units along the edges of the site. They're intended to provide that apartment housing form. So there will be a range of options. And then the last one are the original development, which included rear lane townhouses. And those have amenity spaces between them. So if you look at the way that they're designed, the lanes are basically the back of the unit where you can park. And then the front are accessed by a walkway with some landscape areas in between. So to give you a view of what it'll look like, this is those areas in between the townhouse units, those lane townhouse units will look like this. And in terms of that space that's between them, it's approximately 11 meters or 36 feet between those units. So you can get walkways and trees and landscaping, and it gives opportunities for amenities for those residents. In terms of the back of those units, those are the parking spaces, and then they also have their own private rear decks or terrace spaces above the garage. And those are significant spaces. They're about 6 meters deep, so 20 feet, so you can have a barbecue, you can have some lounging area there as well. And then in terms of snow storage, one of the comments we did hear is that when you have driveways that are back to back to back, like you see here, how does that get plowed? And as you heard from Justin, the intent is that this would be privately hauled, so you'd get plows in here that would plow the entire site, including your driveway. And then lastly, we did hear about this parquet, and it is a significant parquet. When you start to group that parquet in with those amenity spaces between the buildings, it becomes very significant. And that parquet specifically is 22.46 meters wide, so 75 feet by 100 feet deep, so 30 meters deep. When you group that with that 14-meter setback, which we know we can use for amenity space because no permanent structures can go on there, we know that there's a significant amenity for this community. And that space will be used for as outdoor amenity space for these residents, but it also doubles as opportunities for snow storage. So in our opinion, we think that there are great opportunities to address the comments that we've heard from the community. In terms of the transportation, which I think is probably the most significant comment we heard today, we know that we will be working with the region and city staff to address those comments so that people living in the neighborhood can ensure that traffic is safe, that we're able to cross that road in a safe manner, and get to this commercial site as well as get to the parks and schools nearby. And finally, the last comment related to the lands to the south, which is the plaza that's also owned by Forestgate. There's no plans currently to redevelop those lands. There's a long-term lease for the grocery store and the liquor store and some of those other tenants, and there's no plans to redevelop it at any time. What was mentioned at the April meeting is that in the fullsome of time, that will eventually develop, and that represents an opportunity for a higher density apartment or block. And again, that is not the plan now or in the very near future or even within the next 5 to 10 years. But beyond that timeline, we don't know. And the only comment related to that was specifically related to that site, given that it's closer to Thorold Stone Road, represents an opportunity for higher densities than you would identify here. Again, we're fully supportive of staff's recommendation. We really thank them for all the work they did. And we thank the community for coming out and providing their input because it has resulted in an improvement to this plan from what we had in April. So thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any questions at this point.
Thank you for that, Mr. Folletta. Do we have any questions of council for Mr. Folletta? Yeah, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, Mr. Folletta, what about Swiss Chalet? You're going to need a lot more chicken.
Yeah, and I think through you, Your Worship, I think you're absolutely correct. And we heard from some of the councillors earlier that commercial plazas like this are intensifying. And what it does a number of things. It makes those existing commercial uses more feasible. And it also provides opportunity for new housing for the community. So the Swiss Chalet is not going anywhere, and we hope that their business gets stronger and they continue to feed our community.
The one other question that if you can address, Olga brought it up, was regarding the four-way stop, and I don't know if this is the time. I know you're going to deal with traffic things with the region. I get that, but that's ingress egress from your plaza onto Montrose Road. So didn't know if you've addressed it yet or if it's going to be addressed when you're doing all your traffic planning.
Thank you, Your Worship, and yes, you're absolutely correct. And when I said that we're going to be looking at the entire frontage along Montrose Road, that includes that four-way stop. And again, that may need to be upgraded. It may need turning lanes or other stop control elements to address any traffic concerns. I think we're aligned. The ownership group, council, and the community are all aligned to ensure that traffic moves well and efficiently through this area, but also it does so in a safe fashion that allows residents from the community to cross Montrose Road safely, so nobody's getting nicked.
Okay, that's great. Okay, well, if there's no further questions of council, the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of council? Councillor Dabrowski? Motion to approve staff's recommendation, second by Councillor Kerrio. Is there any discussion to the motion? Call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that is approved unanimously. So thank you, Mr. Fletta. Thank you very much. And thank you to Olga and to Ron as well. So folks, what we're going to do now, we're going to just jump ahead. We've got a group that's here from Sportsnet. They're here to support item 8.10, the international curling event for next year. It's going to be quite big, and there's some recommendations on the agenda, 8.10. So our CAO is just inviting them in. They've been here since 3 o'clock, so we're just going to jump ahead to help let them go back to Toronto and get on with their night. Apparently it's riveting, and look how alert they are. They're very excited. Yeah. So we welcome them in, and since there's Councillor Pietrangelo. Is Councillor Dabrowski coming back, or did he run out? Okay. So since this is a CAO report, I'll ask our CAO if he'd like to introduce it and present it, and then we can deal with it. So 8.10 on your agendas.
Thank you. Through the mayor to council, I'll keep this brief. It's been a long day. We do have guests from both the Niagara Falls Curling Club, one of the oldest curling clubs in Canada, and from Sportsnet. Here, what's before you today is a proposal for us to essentially provide an upfront guarantee to host a international curling event in the city of Niagara Falls. The dates in the event were given as the preliminary dates. They have since changed to accommodate our hockey tournaments in the city of Niagara Falls. So that will be finalized by staff and the two groups here. But from a staff point of view, we view this event as from a financial risk point of view, very low risk. The curling club or the host group is able to sell all the tickets, obtain all the sponsorships well before they actually have to make a financial commitment. So they have almost 2 years out to go and sell, sell ticket memberships or ticket sales and get sponsorships. This event has been hosted for a number of years in a number of other communities, all without financial hardship to the host societies. So from a staff point of view, we think this gives us great TV exposure. It certainly provides some additional tourism in an off season. And I think what's also important is the curling club, unlike many other recreational activities in Niagara Falls, never received taxpayer subsidy for putting on their things. And as such, this will allow them to go out, hustle, earn some money, which will then go back to benefit the club and benefit the community without any cost to the taxpayer itself. So that's the summary of it. You guys can read the report, and we have people here that would generously answer any questions that you may have. They may be a little drowsy they've been here since about 3 o'clock this afternoon, so they might not be as sharp as they once were, but they would be more than happy to take any questions or field any concerns that the council may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. CAO. Councillor Kerrio.
Well, Your Worship, doing what we're supposed to do, I've already read the report, and I move the recommendation.
So, motion by Councillor Kerrio. Looking for a second on the report. Second by Councillor Pietrangelo. You wanted to speak to it, Councillor Pietrangelo? Councillor Pietrangelo, since you've seconded it, you speak. And then Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thanks, Your
fighting
Worship.
to speak.
Yeah.
That's a good sign.
Your Worship, I just want to say that, I mean, this is a real, it's a real opportunity for Niagara Falls. I mean, I know that, like, the Scotties is the women's championship that goes all around Canada. The Briars is the men's championship, but getting a Grand Slam of curling means that we're going to have teams from all around the world. So as much as you watch curling, I know that when you watch the Olympics, those will be the same teams that the city of Niagara Falls will be hosting. So you'll be getting teams from all around the world. It's a pretty neat opportunity. And I mean, staff are very confident that the event is going to make money so that the city will not be on the hook for anything. The other thing I was going to mention was I know many years ago when we talked about the priorities for the funds that we received from the OLG in terms of the casino agreement, we had set aside a certain percentage for economic development. Would this not qualify for something like that, should there ever be a shortfall?
I would think, but let's ask our CAO, who's also a CA.
Thank you. Through the chair, what we staff will do conservatively is we actually have some budgeted amounts and where the funding natural source is in our ECDEV budget for hosting events and hosting conferences. So we'll reserve some money on that until they surpass their ticket sales target. And in case there is a worst case scenario, we will budget for any potential loss, but we don't anticipate any losses.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just want to congratulate you guys for bringing this to Niagara Falls. I think it's going to be amazing, and putting curling at Niagara Falls Curling Club. It's been a long time coming. I think that they need a big event like this. They do such a great job there too. I know a lot of the staff and the guy who makes the ice and stuff. So a lot of work, and finally for a big event like this, and great curlers all around the world. It's become so popular. Just one question: is this like the boys and girls Bonspiel that we get to put a team in, or no? No.
Through the chair, if you're ranked one of the top 32 teams in the world,
yeah,
yes, then you can you'll get an invite.
Okay, right.
But you may not. You may want to wait. Don't wait too long by your door. But I will ask someone from Sportsnet. There is the opportunity for local teams, local area teams to participate, but I don't have the full details on that.
Yeah, so maybe would you like to come to the microphone and then?
Brief overview. I've been there for 10 years since they've. Turn the microphone on there, please.
Oh, he's got to push that little button there, right in the that's on.
Okay.
Perfect.
I've been with Sportsnet for almost 11 years. So when they purchased the property, so I've been involved in all 51 slams. This one's super unique, the Tour Challenge, because there's a Tier 1 and a Tier 2. So we take the top 16 teams, men and women in the world, which to your point is probably better than the Olympic field. And then the Tier 2, it's at the Gale Center, on 2 ice pads. We'll take the next 10 teams on the world ranking system, and then we have 5 regional teams. So they'll be from either the Niagara area or your team, or but that's something that we actually, that's the uniqueness of this event, that there'll be a regional teams that will draw people in to support those teams here. Yeah, so.
Awesome. So in other words, he won't be playing, is what you're trying to say.
Well, we'll put you in the, we'll vote on it.
It's changed since you did it. Yeah, more curling, no drink. You used to take the 7th end off and just drink beers.
So that's good. So are there any other questions for our friends here before we take the vote? Okay, seeing none, let's call that vote. All those in favor? Okay. And that is unanimous. That's unanimous. So we're very much looking forward to it, and let's get the ball rolling, or get the rocks floating, or whatever the comment is. I'm not sure what you say in curling world.
Very hard.
Very hard.
Perfect. All right, let's do it. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Sorry for making you wait all this time, but I'm sure you enjoyed all the entertainment. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. All right. So we're going to go back down to reports. 8.1, exactly. So there's a recommendation for fee waivers. Councillor Kerrio? Moved by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, that we approve fee waivers for Gateway Residential Community Support, Downtown BIA, Falls Culture Days and Music, Food Expo, and the Downtown BIA Niagara Falls Christmas Market. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor Lococo? Yes?
Yes, thank you,
Yep.
Mr. Mayor. I have a conflict on number 2 and number 3. And then I also wanted to make a comment. On the last report, we said that we were overspending as well, and staff were going to find a positive variant and maybe some ideas about what we can do. Again, we're into July now. We're still overspending. We've overspent, and we still have the rest of the year. Is there a strategy about what we can do for this?
Mr. CAO.
Thank you. We're taking any positive variance from the council members' personal expenditure accounts that they use for conferences and that. And then we'll go, after that, we'll take any positive variances from what we call salary gapping dollars here, where a position is unfilled. We gain some positive variance and we'll take it from that. We will be, during next budget though, we will be discussing with council what is a realistic budget for this line item, since clearly we're not effectively hitting it.
Thank you through the mayor. Mr. CAO, could we also look at different ideas about the year about approving them? Is there a certain dollar amount that one organization can apply for a certain number of times? Just some different ideas for next year. That's what I brought up at the last time as well.
Yeah, and we're going to do that, and we're also going to wrap this in with some of the other discretionary amounts that council gives out. So we'll take a look at different options.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to call the vote then. All those in favor? Okay. Okay, that's approved. Thank you for that. Item 8.2, 2021 parking fund budget to actual variance. Recommendation. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we move the report. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. 8.3, 2022 first quarter parking fund variance. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pietrangelo, that we move the report, the recommendation. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. 8.4, naloxone used by the Niagara Falls Fire Department. Motion
Mr.
by...
Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Lococo. Yep, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to move that. I did bring this up in a previous year, and I'm really glad to see that our fire department are getting the proper training on it.
Okay, so motion by Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Kerrio. If there's no discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. 8.5, request by delegated authority bylaw 89-2000 bylaw regulating parking and traffic on city roads. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor? That's unanimous.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
On which one? The one we just approved?
Yes, the delegating of authority. It's more of a process question. I know in past when residents were involved in surveys, we were taking non-responses as approval. There were certain residents that weren't getting notified of changes of parking or stop signs or whatever. I just want to review the process to ensure that the residents are being notified and that they can be part of the process.
Okay, yeah, can we just clarify non-response as an approval?
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So we do want to make sure that we bring those matters back to council. So whenever there's a more contentious survey issue, those will still come back in a staff report. What we typically see is that, on a typical circulation, we're lucky to get 20 to 30% of our responses. So we need some way to imply what those responses relate to. We don't necessarily infer that they're for or against, but that they're they really have no comments on what's being proposed. So we'll often take the questions into context and then use that to try to inform our judgment on what the decision is going to be. And again, we'll take those more contentious matters back to council so you have all the information and can make that decision before allowing us to bring the bylaws forward.
Okay, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Mr. Nickel, what is the process for notification? So if you are going to put a stop sign in a certain corner, do you have a certain number of feet that you notify people? What is the process? It's not like the Planning Act and a Planning Act approval or application. What is it for traffic?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So if we do get a request of that nature, say to change a yield sign to a stop sign, staff would conduct a review, and based on just solely a technical review, we would make a recommendation. In this case, we would prepare a bylaw that would change the stop control terminology in our bylaw so that council wouldn't see all the details of the report. You'd just strictly get the bylaw. But for those matters, there is no circulation process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So we move on. 8.6 was deferred. Is that right, Mr. Clerk? Yes. 8.7. Okay, motion by Councillor Kerrio, second by Councillor Strange, that we receive and file the response to the Downtown BIA Board of Management. All those in favor? Approve with a conflict for Councillor Lococo. 8.8, Council and Advisory Committee Recognition Policy. The recommendation that City Council approve the policy. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor? Okay, approved, thank you. 8 point, you've got your hand up, Councillor Lococo? Or no, sorry, just the screen froze. 8.9, Community Cleanup Program, recommendation that council receives the report. Motion by, go ahead, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, I brought this, this motion up a few months ago about people just actually volunteering and cleaning up and able to do that. And maybe, I think it was Hamilton I was trying to just bridge off, because they have one where you can actually go and you can get gloves, all that stuff from the city, insurance. And I'm not sure if what this report is, sorry, I lost my, because it's saying Park in the City goes out twice a year, and they can go out the same time as Park in the City. And I'm not sure if it's letting like groups go and what's entailed. I don't know if Kathy is on Zoom or...
Oh, there's Kathy.
Maybe fill in.
I am here.
Just, so are residents allowed to, like any time of the year, is it just twice a year that we're proposing here?
Residents can go out any time of the year, but they do need to register for the program, and they need to complete an agreement and waiver. We will continue to provide the cleanup equipment, and then of course pick up any of the items that are collected. So with this process, people can go out. We just need to know ahead of time, and we've also purchased some additional insurance to cover people as well.
Okay, and do they just phone the rec department or go down there for waivers, or how do they go about doing that?
Yes, we will have all of the information online.
Okay.
And Jeff Garashi will be coordinating this program as well.
Okay, great, thank you. Amazing.
You're welcome.
I'll second his motion.
Okay, motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And 8:10 we've already approved, is that right? Yep. So we're on to the consent agenda. Motion by Councillor Thompson to move the consent agenda, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous, thank you. Okay, now, let me just find here, communications and comments of the city clerk. Mr. Clerk, you want to run with this part here since...
Sure thing. The number of communications are very minimal. I hear you've already got a mover for 10.1 through to 10.5, which are recommended by staff for approval and support.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor?
And I have...
Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to pull 10.4. I have a question on it.
The resolution from Tweed?
Correct.
10.4. Okay,
It's
just going to call it up here. Okay, 10.4. Okay, you've got a question on it. Okay.
It says that they are requesting our consideration and support to increase the administration fee on wildlife claims. Is that just us approving theirs to do what they want, or are we increasing ours?
Mr. Clerk, you want to offer some clarification?
The recommendation is just to actually support the municipality of Tweed's request. We can send back verification back to that municipality. We can also go one step further and make sure that that support is also sent to the ministry. The city does have follows the same program. We do have a committee of livestock valuers. They haven't been called upon in the last couple of years, but there was one point in time a few years back where they were called upon quite frequently. And the municipality will pay back a portion based on what the valuer determines the loss was of that animal. And we then look for compensation from the ministry. So it's pointed out here that those compensations are not quite adequate, and that's why I suggested that we have council offer their support. And I think by sending that support on to the ministry, we'll go one step further.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you. Can I add an addition to that motion then to forward this to our staff for recommendations and suggestions about our program then?
We might have to do a separate motion, I mean,
Sure, that's fine.
because we just
Yep.
approved it. So do you want to just make a motion?
We'll just take it
As direction, okay, the CAO is saying they can take it
That's
as
fine.
direction, Councillor, you're good with that? Okay, great.
I am, thank you.
Okay, great. So, where are we, Mr. Clerk? Hold on, I'm figuring out where I am. What? Okay. Are we 11.1, is that where we are?
Okay, I have a conflict on 10.5 as well, so.
10.5?
Sorry, you just, okay.
Yeah, we already approved it.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr.
I'll just jump back in. Yes, we did note those conflicts earlier, so we'll have that noted for 10.5. Moving on to section 11, which is a continuation of communications and comments of the city clerk. There's just the one item there. There's a memo from staff for updating council on the availability of period products, and that recommendation is just for receive and file for information.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange, that we receive and file 11.1, update on availability of period products from our library locations. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Now 12.1 is the noise bylaw exemption for rave electronic music event at the Niagara Falls Convention Center. Yes, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, Your Worship, I'll just add a little bit more information. You'll see there that that request is through to 5 a.m. and that's why the recommendation is not to approve. It's just for council's consideration. However, I have been told that all of that playing of music will take place indoors. I think the requester is just worried that some noise might emanate from the building when smokers go outside and open the doors. I've talked to enforcement services staff. They're not aware of any complaints coming from the convention center in the past for past events. So I really didn't want to exclude this from the agenda, but I really don't think it's going to be a concern, the fact that all of this is being held indoors.
10 p.m. to 5 a.m.?
Yeah.
They do figure that it's going to last all night.
Can we send a team?
Yeah.
CEO goes, yeah, it's a rave, Mike.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councillor Thompson.
Send a team.
He'll be there. Seconded by
Sure not.
Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. The rave is on. Item 12.2.
I'll move this one here, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, what's that, Councillor?
I'll move this one.
Okay. Councillor Lococo moving 12.2 noise bylaw exemption for the Caribbean Carnival Plush Imperial. And that's same thing, 10 a.m. till 3 a.m. And that'll be on Queen Street. So motion and second by Councillor Strange.
3 a.m.
All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Okay, that's approved. Thank you for that. Now, resolutions. A lot of giggling going on here in the chambers here. I'm not sure where it's coming from. Mr. Clerk, did you want to help us through the resolutions?
Yeah, I can help by saying that that resolution has been pulled since that was related to earlier planning matter that was pulled from the agenda.
Got it. Okay, so that's over. In camera.
Yes, Your Worship, Council met earlier this afternoon for an in-camera session, and the one motion that came out of that meeting is that Council has determined it is in the public interest to declare the specified lands at 4601 through to 4605 Zimmerman Avenue, Niagara Falls, as surplus to the city's needs, and dispense with the requirement to provide notice to this declaration and/or pass a bylaw for that purpose. Secondly, the council is providing staff with the necessary delegated authority to complete a sale of the lands as outlined by the instructions provided to staff at the in-camera session. And lastly, that staff advertise this land for sale publicly and report back to council on any offers at the next council meeting.
Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to vote. I was not there.
Okay, so with Councillor Lococo not voting, abstaining, that's approved.
I'm not really abstaining. I wasn't there to participate in the discussion, so I'm not really abstaining. I just shouldn't really vote on something I wasn't there for.
Yeah, okay, yep. So, okay, we're good. The clerk said that's fine. I'm sorry, notice of motion or new business? Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship.
And then
I
Councillor Cope.
have one item that I forgot to bring up. When we were dealing with the rezoning on Portage Road, I had been contacted by the condo corporation that's to the east of it, and they have absolutely no issue with the rezoning. They're looking forward to the stack towns being built there. They just want to be part of the site plan process to understand what the drainage path is going to be. So if I could forward their email over to the planning director so that they can become part of the site plan approval, they would be happy with that.
Which condo is that?
It's condo number 54. It's directly in behind Sobeys, so directly to the
Oh, yeah.
east of
Yep.
Sobeys, directly
Yep.
to the north of the park.
Yep. So is that direction? You guys give a direction for that?
Yeah.
Yep, okay,
Yep.
good. Okay, great.
Okay, thank you,
Excellent.
Your Worship.
Any other new business?
Chairman.
The only thing I just want to, oh yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, Councillor Lococo, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one quick one. It's the time of year that we get a lot of complaints from residents about grass not being cut, whether it's on public land or private land. One resident was complaining about the grass, and apparently our litter bylaw, that's what the grass is under, it only addresses grass growth. So if the grass is growing and it's over the certain number of inches or whatever, that bylaw covers it. If it's weeds, the weeds are not covered under that bylaw. So our staff are following the bylaw, and our staff are letting the resident know they can't do anything about it because it's all weeds and not grass. So I wanted to bring it up to see if we can investigate a little bit more with, and not just say grass, but that it would include weeds, because that's very problematic as well. It might not be nice cultured grass, but if it's a whole bunch of weeds, I think we need to address that as well.
Okay, okay. Okay, staff will review.
Thank you.
Thank you. And one other thing I do want to mention, kind of some good news that just came out. Canada's best small cities ranking came out. Niagara Falls is number 4 in the country. What do you think of that, Mr.? The CAO said it since he, huh? We're number 4. That's what we're gonna. I asked Councillor Strange, since he's the only one here who's been to the Olympics, what happens after bronze, and he said wood. So we're gonna get some wood thing. But we're really, you know what? We gotta say it in the region. We're tops in the region. We're number 4 in Canada.
Best drinking water and
Best drinking water, and the CAO said all this happened when he got here. So, so we'll give credit where credit is due. So on behalf of City Council, oh wait a minute, Councillor Thompson's pointing to himself. He's in the,
Set it all up.
he said it all up at the weekend at Bernie's. So I just want to say, well done. It's great. City's going in the right direction. Nice to see things firing on all cylinders again. We had some great events going on, and everybody's really excited and pumped to be here. Even if the Americans are not able to come here yet in big numbers, at least Canadians are flocking here. So anyway, that's it. Motion for adjournment.
No, bylaws.
Oh my gosh, wow. Holy, was that the giggly crew over there that was worried about the bylaws?
Keeping you in line.
Keeping me in track. That's a 2-person job, clearly. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. Seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? All right. Now, am I allowed to ask for a motion for adjournment? Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Kerrio. All those in favor? And that's approved. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. See you, Councillor Lococo.